And welcome to the 2022 USA Cycling eSports National Championships, our country's first, here with USA Cycling, presented by Throw Racing and some additional partners today as we get ready to crown our first Stars and Stripes jersey in the history of the United States. Brad Soner here with Ellen Noble as we get ready to experience this on the RGT platform. They're going to be racing on the Iron Horse eSports course. This is a classic course, but Ellen, more excitingly, our first national championships, and I am so excited to have you and our third commentator here.
Thank you, Brad. I'm excited to be here with you. Racing national championships is always exciting. And so I'm really excited to see it take on yet another platform, for these racers to get to compete for the honor. So I'm excited to be here with you.
Full day of racing on tap today. We're going to have our Masters racing up first this morning categories, just like the road national championship that we have. They'll be competing in 5-year age categories. Later this afternoon, we race our elite categories, the elite women and elite men at 11:45 Eastern time. And then our junior riders will take to the course at 1:30 Eastern time. Again, same story there with junior categories from 11 up to 18. The 17, 18-year-old category should be an interesting one there as well. So plenty of jerseys on the line up for grabs today. And again, very excited to award those Stars and Stripes jersey. Now, we are going to have multiple Masters categories on course out there at the same time. These are the jerseys that each age category will be wearing. We will basically have 4 races running for our Masters races. Our first 3 categories are going to be racing in, one for the women, one for the men, and then our last 4 categories will be racing in, one for the women and one for the men as well. Ellen, I am most excited to see the 80-plus jersey here because we do have confirmed competitors in the 80-plus category. How cool is that?
It's so cool. I'm super excited to see that. It's always a highlight at the other national championships, so I'm sure it will be just as exciting here.
Well, we'll also talk a little bit more about this course. One of the coolest things about racing on RGT here is that these are real-life courses. So what they do is load in the GPX file from an in-real-life road course. In this case, we're racing on the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic course just north of Durango, Colorado. A lot of riders I know have been there either to ride the Fondo or to do the Iron Horse race. So this is an in-real-life race that a lot of these riders will have experienced having raced the Iron Horse Classic in real life. It's a nice out-and-back loop out there with one really big climb on the course. It's basically racing up this canyon. You know, they race the Durango to Silverton train. We'll talk about that a little bit, but it's really about that sort of turnaround out at the far side of the course. That's where most of the climbing comes on this loop. And Ellen, I think that's where this race is going to be won and lost. You got to look for those hard places on the course to attack, and it looks like that far end of the course is the toughest place to me.
I would say so, yeah. Looking at this profile, it's pretty distinct where I think a lot of the action is going to be happening.
And then, of course, the descent on the way down. We'll also talk about some of the physics in RGT, a little bit unique on this platform compared to some of the other more popular platforms like Zwift. We'll talk about the comparison between some of those and try and get people familiar with racing on RGT. Our Vittoria Zoom Room going to give us a good look at some of the riders throughout the day today. I absolutely love being able to see these riders in real time, Ellen. We're going to see the reactions, the pain faces, and my favorite thing is the setup. I like rating everybody's pain cave setup, so we'll go through some of those throughout the day today.
I'm definitely excited to see in the Zoom room. I'm pretty nosy and I love, seeing the pain cave setup. So I'm really excited to have a glimpse into kind of the behind the scenes, if you will, of this event.
All right. Well, riders have just rolled off the start line, so let's go out to some live action on our virtual course. Again, just outside of Durango. 4 different categories, or 4 different races, I should say, out there racing with multiple categories in each. So we'll do our best to let you know which category we're on. But again, we're going to be looking back at that jersey guide quite a bit today to just keep an eye on how things are going. So it looks like pretty much everyone's staying together here early on. There is a little bit, just a small group in the upper left corner. Much like in real life racing, Ellen, here on RGT, it sort of takes a while for that first breakaway to establish. You see a lot of early moves with riders trying to go away, but it takes just trying to find that right match of riders and the scenario and teams all involved in that breakaway.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of takes that perfect storm to happen, and it's so incredibly rare for the first move or for the early move, sometimes the move that goes from the start. It's so incredibly rare for that to be the race-winning move. So I think a lot of people are content to let this lead group that we see off the front right now kind of sit back, and just let them take the lead, work the legs, and just sort of relax until it comes back together.
Let's take a look at our Masters women's group here in the upper left-hand corner. First, some familiar names in here. I recognize Stephanie Sidlick in this group, did a lot of racing on RGT. She was part of the Echelon Racing League in Season 1, raced a little bit in Season 2 as well. I think having some experience on this platform is going to be huge for any rider that was able to even get a couple races on RGT. Learning the drafting, learning how to ride in a group, just like in real life, it's an acquired skill to understand how to do that. A big part of it, Ellen, is modulating the power. Most people don't realize how hard it is to really hold a bike at like 160 watts, at exactly 160 watts. So most people do 120 to 200, and there's kind of a pretty big range of wattage that they do.
Yeah, I definitely think that it takes a bit more finesse. Platforms like this do a really great job of trying to emulate that real ride feel, but it's definitely a little bit different. And so kind of understanding that strategy and understanding the nuances of where these platforms differ from riding on the road is definitely a really big advantage. Having only done a little bit of virtual racing, you can definitely feel the difference once you finally get on your kicker and start pedaling.
We'll go over to our 35-39 men's category up next. That'll be in the upper right-hand corner of your screen here. Looks like these guys mostly all together. A little bigger field here. Now again, multiple categories. The 35-39 are wearing the light blue jerseys, and then the 40-44 are wearing the pink jerseys. Rider in the black here, I think that's going to be a 40-49 rider. So again, until you see riders with the same jersey in the same group, technically those are different age category riders. Like Chan and Kellison here are racing together, but they're going to be scored separately because Kellison racing in the 45-49 age category and Chan racing in the 40-44. Here comes Catanzaro in the 35-39 age category. So this is kind of tough. One, you have to understand who you're racing against, right? You get into a breakaway or you get into a scenario, you have to take inventory, figure out who you need to worry about. But at this point, I think you kind of just race this as if everybody is in the same category because the group dynamics are still going to be the same in terms of getting a breakaway going, forming a group, something like that. All of that will be very similar. And so I'm guessing right now that these riders are just looking for, a chance to get a group going.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, and I think especially on a platform like this, but I think even in real life racing, or I don't know, maybe not real life racing, but in the wild, a good wheel to follow is a good wheel to follow regardless of the category. And I think sometimes it can be kind of nice to get into a break with riders that you're not directly competing against. That increases your odds. So I'll be really curious to see how the tactics play out later today.
They do have a chat function in the game, and then they can also do some hand gestures, kind of. So you can wave at other riders, you can encourage them to come along, you can kind of try and recruit some help for a breakaway if you're trying to get something started. Good look at Chris Navin in his pain cave. Chris rides for the XXX Racing Team out of Chicago, Illinois. Take a look at that pain cave. This guy looks like he's on the International Space Station. He's got the tablet up top, he's got the gameplay camera in front, and then looks like the goal board over there as well. He's got the Echelon Series, USAC Nationals, and then targeting UCI Worlds, I also see Go Jackie written underneath, cheering on Jackie Godby, who's going to be racing in our elite women's race later on in the day. Jackie also rides for that XXX Racing Team, so nice to see Chris cheering on some of his XXX teammates.
That's super sweet. I'm loving seeing this behind the scenes, and I think it's really cool to see, you can see the power that they're doing on screen, but to be able to see the riders behind the avatar and kind of see sort of the pace that they're going. It looks like, he has a lot left in the tank. He's clearly not going out too hard. So I think that's going to be a real treat today to get to watch what these riders look like.
Going hard on the front there. Kellison going into the red zone, keeping things interesting. Let's go down to Masters Women up next. This will be the 50-plus categories, 50 to 64 to be exact. Looks like this group locked in together. Now I want to talk about the power zones that these riders are in. You notice each name has a color bar beneath their avatar. So you see Blickstein on the front here in the sort of orange power zone, occasionally hitting red. That is each individual rider's power zone. And so the game tracks your maximum power. It has sort of a power profile for each individual rider. And then that tells us based on your watt per kilo ratio, sort of where in your zone you are. So it's a good way to tell how hard the riders are going based on their individual strength to weight ratio. So when they're in the blue or green zones, that means they're riding a little easier. And then you can see as they move into the yellow, orange, and red zones, those tend to be the harder efforts. So like Montoya at the back right here, trying to chase back on. You see in 5th position, going into the red zone, trying to close down that gap. And here's why, because drafting is huge on RGT. In the upper left corner of the screen here, you see that sort of EKG looking thing beneath the 3 important numbers, power, cadence, heart rate, and then below that is your power zone. It is also going to be a drafting indicator. So when you get into the draft of a rider in front of you, it shows you how many watts you're saving. You see that green number right there popping just in the middle. So the riders will be watching that, and you have to, this goes back to the gameplay element of RGT. You have to really be able to sort of watch that number and make sure that you're maximizing your draft, just like in real life, Ellen.
Absolutely. I think it's really cool. I think it, this is definitely a little bit of, a nerdy aspect to racing, and I'm certainly enjoying it. I'm really liking learning more about this platform. And I think, kind of maximizing that efficiency can be really great, learning for riders, out in the world.
Training for virtual racing is a whole nother animal. I would imagine, training for like a 4-hour road race would be very different from training for an hour-long intense virtual race. This probably matches up pretty close with a lot of the workouts that you would do, Ellen, for a cyclocross prep. I mean, it's an hour, it's very intense efforts, there's a lot of bridging and chasing, things like that. How do you train for stuff like that? I mean, are you still doing long days on the bike, training for an hour-long effort? Like, what does a training day look like for somebody targeting an hour-long race?
Yeah, for an event, that's about an hour long, you will want to, if you have the time, so especially like talking about kind of more professional and elite level racers that aren't working full-time jobs, if you have the time, you want to be training like quite a ways above the event length so that your endurance, so you can do quite a bit more than what you need to on race day so that you'll be able to warm up, do the event, and cool down and not even come close to bonking. So yeah, we'll do 4 or 5 plus hours at times ahead of a 45-minute to an hour-long race. But I think where races like this can differ is that you're truly on the pedals the entire time, in an event like this. And that's something that's really unique with virtual racing. For cyclocross, like kind of what I specialize in, we kind of thrive in finding those moments where you can go off the pedals and you can coast and recover. Whereas here, not in my experience have I noticed that there's a lot of opportunities to just coast and relax. Yeah. They will get a chance on the downhill. At the bottom of the screen right now, you see the total course profile. That's the course profile of one whole lap. So those white dots represent the riders on course. They're about to hit that big climb that we saw in the course profile. And then the blue sections after that, there are some sections where you will be able to descend. Now, if you can lock onto a wheel in front of you, it'll put the riders into this like super tuck, and you can get a 0 on your power meter. You can afford to stop pedaling for a little bit, but you have to be with someone. You have to be able to sit in that draft. So again, just like real life, there is an art to that part of it. You also get to take you don't have to pedal through the corners. RGT is very unique in that it scrubs off your speed and power when you're going through a corner. So just like in real life, there's a maximum speed that you can go into, let's say a 90-degree corner. So if you're putting any more wattage in than that speed going into a corner, that's just wasted wattage in this game. And so it punishes you for trying to pedal through a corner because you wouldn't be able to put that power in real life, right? You would slide out. And so you do have to basically stop pedaling to set up into the corner, and then there's an optimum time to resume pedaling coming out of the apex to try to maximize your speed coming out of it. So that's another one of the differences of gameplay here on RGT compared to Zwift or Rovi or whatever other platform you're familiar with. Super cool. I think just watching this kind of through the lens of a lot of virtual racing that people do in the winter and then in the summer months they get back out on the road. I think that there is so much to learn that even in virtual racing, they're teaching riders not to waste their energy going too fast through a corner and stuff like that. I think that virtual racing can really help you prepare, so much more than I think we initially thought for live racing.
Well, you see this group locking in. We'll call this group of 6, and looks like they're going to work pretty well together here. Seems like they have figured out how to pace line within this group. Few riders struggling off the back, trying to chase back on here. This is going to be a rude awakening. I think everybody remembers the first time they did a virtual race and just got absolutely smoked. I think that's pretty much everyone's first time experience on any virtual platform. You have to learn. And if any riders came on to RGT here cold, I think they're very quickly learning how different this platform can be in racing. So just like anything, the prep definitely pays off. Preparation is key in this. Stephanie Sidlett going solo off the front here, taking a solo flyer for the 3T Q&M cycling team. Opened up a nice gap, about 400 meters up the road from her nearest competitor. Now, this is a big ask. 47 kilometers left for Stephanie here, but if anyone can go solo for 47K, it's Stephanie Sidlick. No stranger to indoor racing out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They have some cold winters up there, so I'm sure she's well-versed on the trainer. Also, not afraid to climb. We have this race in Pittsburgh called the Dirty Dozen. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. It races up the 12 steepest climbs in Pittsburgh, and they are really, really steep, like almost unrideable climbs. And they have this route where they have linked all 12 of these climbs together. Stephanie has won the Dirty Dozen multiple times in Pittsburgh. So not only can she ride inside, we know she can attack hills, so she's dangerous today.
Absolutely, and she's looking dangerous too, just being able to see a little bit into her Zoom room. You can see she's not going that hard based on appearances and also based on this, rainbow that we have. It looks like she's just in her kind of threshold right now, and I think that that's going to be sending a big warning sign to the 2 chasers that we're seeing on screen.
This is Nikitas and Chauvin trying to bring this back. They've got about 275 meters to make up. Now, we measure meters in the game here. You see to the right of the leaderboard on the left side of the screen. That is how they measure the distance between the players. Because we don't see a lot of really big gaps, typically we don't get into seconds because a lot of times it's only 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds. And so for the gameplay element for the riders, a lot of riders prefer that distance measurement as opposed to the time element that we would normally get on in real life road racing. So another unique part of racing on the virtual platform, another part of just learning how to race in this world. Going a little further back to 4th place, this is McMahon for the I Am, I Can, I Will, I Do racing team. Love that squad name.
We have another view into another Zoom room, and you can see that the riders are starting to heat up. That is one of the most challenging elements of virtual racing, that we can see on camera right now, is actually physically heating up and trying to stay cool, trying to keep that room. I remember the metric for doing trainer rides was trying to keep it below 55 degrees. So it looks like some of these riders are in their garage, which I think is going to be advantageous, especially in some of the colder climates, because not overheating on a day like today is such a challenge.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of riders with these incredibly elaborate fan setups as well. That becomes increasingly important in virtual racing, but getting that overall ambient temperature down is super important. So we even see riders racing outside a lot, which is this bizarre meta sort of weird thing to be racing virtually outside, but it's about regulating your body temperature. And sometimes, well, the AC just can't get the room down to 55 degrees, so it's oftentimes best to race outside. See a lot of riders in the basement too. That's probably also because that's the only space available. So we all tried to find space for our training areas as over the last couple of years. All right, so McMahon solo, Kellison solo in the upper right here, the men's 35 to 49 category. This is 6th place on course. we've been talking about some of the graphics on screen. Let's talk about the upper right now, because this gives us a good insight to where the riders are on course and sort of what they're riding on. At the top middle, you see the current slope that they're on. That is the gradient that they're on right now. And then there's also sort of an elevation profile of a kilometer behind them and a kilometer ahead of them. So you can see Kellison right now about to get to the top of this climb. Looks like the leaders are almost there at the front of this race, 35 to 49. Kellison about 140 meters back from the two leaders. So he may be catching on here, but I think he might be the last guy that has a shot at it. This is Catanzaro, your leader, into the red zone. I'm surprised this guy would go solo here, Ellen. I would think that you would want to stay with a couple riders, but I guess if you're feeling better than everyone else in the breakaway, might as well go.
Definitely, and I think, in some of these amateur categories, we can see, some very deliberate, intentional racing, and then sometimes, this isn't the first time that, we'll see a rider maybe making a questionable decision, but they're willing to put it all out there. Some of these riders could be really new to virtual racing or just to racing in general, with virtual riding becoming so accessible. So I'm always, so fascinated by the tactics of these races. And with a couple laps left, very exciting to see.
It looks like these three going to link up. 2, 3, and 4 trying to chase down Catanzaro here in the 35 to 49 category. Now, the only guy in the same age category as Catanzaro is the rider in the light blue jersey here, Gumbel. Soffels and Jaeger are in the 40 to 44 age category. So technically not chasing Catanzaro down because he's in a different category, but the drafting applies to all the categories, so they can work together in this group of two. Jan Jaeger, a multi-time Masters national champion in the time trial and road race. He was also on the eSports World Championship team last year, and will probably be back representing the United States this year at eSports World. So this guy's an expert. Talking about Jaden Jaeger here in third position off to the right side of the screen. Definitely one to watch, but Catanzaro looking good here, getting a 230-meter gap off the front. So Jaden Jaeger is probably as close as we're going to get to an eSports specialist, which is something I never thought I would say 2 years ago. Catanzaro's got the pro setup. Look at this. He's all branded. He's got the wall. He's got the jersey, the headband. Solid setup here.
I am in awe.
I think he is also wearing a indoor racing specific kit. I've been hearing about a lot of these riders. Their clothing manufacturers are now producing extra thin material for racing inside, because it doesn't need to have any UV protection. It doesn't really need to allow any airflow through. No pockets on the back. It's kind of like a skin suit, but it's almost too thin to wear outside. But they are making these specific indoor garments, I guess, for racing.
Yeah, and I guess, if you're going to be doing a lot of racing like this, where there is, a broadcast into your pain cave, having the sponsors be represented, which, there's no shortage of that here, but also, not always being shirtless, I think is probably kind of nice. So to be able to have, your racing kit, without always just showing everyone your stomach, is probably a welcomed change for these athletes.
I understand wanting to take the jersey off, though, because it's so hot on a trainer. There's just something about being in that stationary trainer scenario. You sweat more than it seems like you ever do in any other activity. And yeah, I can understand wanting to get the jersey off.
Oh yeah, it's unfathomable how much you sweat. And then I also feel like no matter how light or thin the jersey is, you just don't want anything stuck to your skin. It's sticky, yeah. So I appreciate, the technical element of what they're doing, but I don't know if I would enjoy wearing it with that much sweat.
Headbands making a comeback in virtual racing as well. Obviously, without the helmet or cycling cap on, you got to try and manage that sweat too. This is also a public service announcement for any rider out there that's been doing a lot of training this winter. Get those bars checked, because that sweat is incredibly corrosive. So if you don't have something covering your handlebars, your cables, all that stuff, make sure you take that into the local bike shop before you get outside and start riding. Because if you spent the entire winter training on your bike, there is a good chance that you could have done some damage with that sweat dripping down. All right, meanwhile, looks like some separation down in the women's 50-plus categories. Let's go take a look at Smith down on the front here, who has now dropped Freestedt behind her, opening about a 70-meter gap, and sure enough, happened on the climb. So this is what was expected, Ellen. It was just sort of a slow, steady procession up the long climb here.
Yeah, it is, and it's kind of funny, to see these avatars. We're seeing gaps opening up in all of these fields, but with the avatars, it just looks like they're out for an easy cruise. So I think that's why these Zoom rooms are so interesting to see. How hard the riders are actually going as they're opening up a gap, because all of these avatars look like they're just out for an incredible ride in Durango, Colorado.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's amazing the work that they did. Actually, when you start one of these races, and we'll see this later in the day, the train is actually built into this. The Durango Silverton train actually runs along this course, and you can race it from Durango to Silverton like a lot of riders like to do. So it's another fun element of adding that virtual part to it. Smith
That's
here
really
continuing to open her gap, going over 100 meters. I'm watching her Vittoria Zoom room camera, and I noticed that she has the different jerseys pinned up on her wall here. Look, just to her right, that is the jersey page that was sent out to the riders so she can keep track of the different categories out on course with her. So just like you would have maybe some numbers to watch taped to your top tube or your stem, or sometimes riders put like the distance where a big climb comes. In virtual racing, you're putting the jerseys you have to look out for. Smith doing 3.5 watts per kilo here, pretty steady. The upper left-hand corner of her gameplay camera, that white line, look how steady it is. We were looking at Catanzaro earlier, and there was a ton of ups and downs. It looked like an EKG. This one is like nice and flat. This is really good, steady power here.
This is not what you want your heart rate to be doing if you're ever hooked up to a monitor. But this is exactly what you want your power to be doing if you're riding off the front of eSport National Championships.
And you can see doing significantly higher watts per kilo than everyone else. She's stuck right at about 3.5, 3.7 watts per kilo. Most of the other riders hovering in the mid to low threes. So Smith is just crushing it on the front. Diesel engine over there. All right, men's 50-54 up next over here. This looks like a group of 4 riders still together. So this is your front group with Tongril, Shaw, Peterson, and Keller. Oh, look at Meyer on the back here, the 5th place rider into the red zone, trying to catch on. Oh, this is such a classic scenario where you're trying to catch the back of a group, right? Like you can see them up the road, you're going as hard as you can, and you just need to get into that draft to try to hold on.
Yeah, it's such a tough position to be in. You have so much to kind of think about, like how hard should I go to try to catch on to this group? Is now the time to go? Are they going to go slower in the future? Will I have wasted my efforts? There's so much unknown trying to get back onto these groups, and oftentimes it's really easy to overextend yourself to catch the group, and then you immediately get dropped again. So yeah, always a position that I'm sympathetic of when I see riders that are in Meyer's position.
And the worst thing you can do here is that yo-yoing back and forth off the group, right? Once you get in, you want to stay there. Typically, you can see a rider who's about to pop out of the group because they'll start to fall off and then chase back on. Like we were talking about the power profile, you want it to be really steady. You don't want to see a lot of ups and downs. And a lot of times when a rider's about to pop, that power profile starts going up and down a little bit more.
Yeah, and it can usually exacerbate the issue as well. So you'll be kind of at your limit. You start like, maybe I'm just going to take a little break. Basically, I'm just going to close my eyes for a second. And then you're like, oh no, I'm kind of getting dropped. So then you have to, overdo it again. And so typically the best place to be in when you're kind of struggling like that is to plant yourself firmly in the middle of the group. You don't want to get too close to the back, or else it's easy for you to just get knocked right off.
And you got to trust the group as well. It's really easy on this game to have it feel like you're about to get dropped and then overcompensate with your power, kind of try and jump when you feel like that power's lifting or you see the other wattage starting to go up a little bit. It's really easy to want to immediately respond to that. But again, the more of those you do, the more ups and downs you have on that power profile, the harder your day is going to be. Meyer still trying to get in here. Come on, buddy.
You have to be rooting for him at this point, just with this effort. So much of the time that we've seen him in frame, he has been with that little red bar under his name. He is going all out right now, trying to get back onto the group. And it looks like, I mean, it's kind of hard to gauge on the screen, but it does look like he's coming back just a little bit.
I think he is. Brought it under 35 meters this time. He was out to 60 at one point, so he's cut it in half. And he'll start picking up a draft once he gets within like 8 or 9 meters. So he's got to get, just somewhat close to the back of the group, and then it'll kind of suck him in from the drafting element, the group at the back. These guys certainly aren't helping. Tambergel was in the yellow zone here, keeping it high. They are not waiting around for Meyer here. This poor guy.
The trouble with this unfortunate situation for Meyer is that, if I'm not mistaken, this is the descent. So this is where, as we're seeing with this group that he's trying so hard to get back onto, they're all taking it relatively easy. They're in the green and they're in the yellow after a pretty strenuous climb. So now Meyer is doing even more work right now to try to catch on to this group, in one of the only spots on course where you can have any rest. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out for him later on in the race, because this is a big effort, with still 36 kilometers to go.
And then just finally getting in, you can see it also shows how much distance you have to close in the upper left corner to get the maximum draft. So he's about 6 meters off of Peterson's wheel. That would give him maximum wattage saving. He's only saving about 20 watts right now with a few bike lengths in between. So he's trying to close that gap. But again, you don't want to go too hard to try and get into that group.
Just like you talked about earlier, Brad, it can be easy to kind of poorly pace, or, it's hard to predict the effort necessary to kind of catch the group, stay with the group. And so we can see Meyer caught on and then immediately is kind of moving through the group. Now he's jumping back and forth. I think it's really hard for him to know exactly where he needs to be in this group. It looks like he's making an attack now after that huge effort, and he's on the front. Just really complicated to play these efforts just right. And you can see his efforts on the screen looking like a very, very stressed out EKG.
Back in the group now, and looks like he's starting to calm down a little bit here. Figured out the rhythm and flow of this group. Now, only 3 riders in this breakaway are in his category. They're in those light bluish green jerseys. That's the 35 to 39 age category. Shaw, to his left, is in the 40 to 44 age category. That's the pink jersey there. And then I think they also have a 45 to 49 rider with them in there as well on the right side. So different age categories, but again, they're all riding just like one group. So for all intents and purposes right now, these guys might as well just be one race.
There's how
It looks like that is the only race left with a group on the front. Our men's 35 plus, our women's 35 plus, and our women's 50 plus have all turned into solo scenarios on the front here. Catanzaro going solo in the 35 plus race. Smith still solo in that 50 plus race. And then Stephanie Sidlick at the front of the 35 to 49 category. As we pick up Sidlick on the front, crushing a 2-kilometer gap up to Chauvin here. So clearly Sidlick has figured this one out. Again, has raced a lot on RGT, has also done a lot of virtual racing as well. So very familiar with riding here. She is, again, one of the best in the country, and obviously proving that here at National Championships.
Yeah, I think we would be pretty safe to switch over to seconds now. With Sidlick, I don't think that we need kilometers anymore. This is a really, really sizable gap over second place.
A little farther back to Ryan McMahon in 4th spot. Tapping things out at right around 2.5 watts per kilo. And then hate to see this, Brian with what I think is probably going to be a mechanical. So what happens here is when riders lose connection with the game, either your power meter loses connection with whatever device you're using to connect to the game, or you drop internet, that registers as 0 power. So when you see riders showing 0 power, that usually means that they had some sort of technical issue in virtual racing, which, just like any form of racing, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in bike racing. But instead of worrying about flat tires and dropping your chain and making sure your shifting is indexed and everything, now you have to worry about your Wi-Fi and your battery and making sure the dog doesn't trip over your power cord.
It must be so hard to stay motivated in a race like this where you do have a mechanical, or even if you just have bad legs, because, you know, it's hard enough in a race when you start having a problem to stay in it. But gosh, when you're in your basement or possibly in your bedroom or a closet and, you know, you're only a couple steps away from your couch, I can't imagine how hard it is to stay going and to continue to give it your all when you're so close to the refrigerator.
Nice wave there from Stephanie. Still motivated here. I think there's a gene in us, and you either can do it or not on the trainer. I was not blessed with the trainer gene. No matter what platform I have in front of me, I've tried the rocker boards, I've tried pretty much every kind of bike and setup on the trainer. I can't do it. I just cannot find the motivation to ride on a trainer. I'd rather be outside snowing 10 degrees for me. But some people can do it. Some people just have it, and those are the people that are racing in the national championships right now.
Yeah, it's tough. I think that, like you said, some people have the gene and some people don't. I had really good luck. I really enjoyed during the winter months having super short, intense workouts where maybe I was able to do a workout that would take 1.5 hours to 2 hours outside. I'd be able to do it in 45 minutes to an hour, and we would just make it short and sweet. But anything longer than that, especially kind of doing a race, I think just adds another challenge that I just didn't quite have the mental capacity for. I think I'd rather be here with you, Brad, and commentating this event.
Yeah. Welcome to the fun side of bike racing. We just get to sit around and drink coffee, and you don't have to train for anything. So Catanzaro still solo off the front. He does have Gumbel behind him at 570 meters back, so that's still doable for Gumbel. They've got 30 kilometers of racing to go, just coming up on the halfway point here. About 37 minutes in, Gumbel can still come back from this one. Remember, it's not how you start, how you finish. They are doing 2 laps in this race, so that's one more time up that climb. This is the chasing group. Now, Gumbel is also a next eSport rider, so he is virtual teammates with the guy up the road, Catanzaro. So I'm going to guess that Gumbel's probably not helping out a whole lot in this group. Maybe, dare I say, even blocking a little bit and trying to set tempo here to help his friend Scott up the road.
Yeah, it can be really hard to predict what kind of tactics, people are going to be displaying, especially in amateur racing where there isn't prize money, where there isn't going to be a bonus if you help your teammate win. So I think, like you said, with Gumbel, if maybe he's not actively, helping his teammate win, but most importantly, I think what a lot of these riders are trying to do is not be the one to chase their teammate down. Hopefully he's just along for the ride. If they do happen to catch his teammate up the road, then he'll be ready to go on the attack. But yeah, you don't want to be the person that's pulling back your teammate in this scenario.
Good look at Brian Kellison here for the Penn Velo Racing Summit Bicycles team. Putting yourself out there with a green screen. Bold move, my friend. This is a very, very memeable view right now. So I would be careful providing a green screen to the memers out there. This is just begging to have a background added.
Well, you're no stranger to memes yourself, Brad.
I like this setup. He's got the jersey and the hat. This guy's got some style. I like it.
The setup is I remember bike racing before we raced on the internet, especially with the cap.
Yep, old school. And Jaden Yeager just took off from the group. They are starting to attack each other down here in the bottom right. So things were a little bit calm there for a few minutes, but now they're starting to blow up because look at this. Everybody into the red. Yeager is gone. Gumbel trying to respond. So Jaden Yeager is just hit out of this group. And that's putting Gumbel in trouble. Soffel's trying to chase. Yeager is still up the road. He's 45 meters up from this guy in third. So I think Yeager's going to try and go across the gap and join Catanzaro here.
I think this is where the different jerseys and the different categories all out on course together will start to come into play, you know, for Yeager now closing the gap to Catanzaro, Soffels, and Gumbel just shortly behind, you know, our chaser. And second, you start to wonder, is it better to go with someone who's not in my category, or can I kind of take it easy and just worry about racing the race within the race? You know, so I think there's going to be a lot of game time decisions happening right now as this race is beginning to splinter.
Gumbel has the most to lose out of this group because Catanzaro's in his category, so Gumbel almost needs to go with Yeager. This is a almost free one-way ticket up to Catanzaro here. Now, Yeager and Catanzaro have raced together a lot. These guys have met multiple times in other races like the Echelon Racing League and I think some of the Proximus races as well. So they know each other. They're familiar with their strengths and weaknesses, and they know how strong each of them are. So if Yeager and Catanzaro link up, man, that's a good setup if you can get into that group.
It does look like that gap from Yeager to Catanzaro is coming down. At one point he had almost 800 meters, and now we're seeing just over 500 meters. So it looks like Yeager, yeah, he is in the red to yellow zone right now, is closing that gap to Catanzaro.
Bold
and
move
the gap
here.
just keeps coming down.
How do you decide when it's time to go? I mean, in that scenario, it looked like Yeager just sort of exploded all of a sudden. I mean, was he waiting until he felt good enough? Are you looking at a distance? Like, do you make a marker in this scenario and say, if it gets to 600 meters up the road, I have to go? It's going away. I mean, when do you decide that now's the time to try to chase a breakaway?
You know, it could have come down to that. It could have said, you know, we're just about to finish up our first lap. We're just hitting the halfway point. Now's the time to go. Now this is feeling threatening. You know, but sometimes it's not that deliberate. Sometimes it's just like, okay, I think now's the time. He had been in that group before for a while. Things can start to get a little bit dicey. I don't know if it's quite the same with virtual racing, but, you know, they say argy-bargy a lot if people are kind of jockeying for position. So I think, you know, if he was being forced to do a lot of work, it could be advantageous for him to just be by himself and not be dragging, you know, the other riders around, kind of just giving him a free ride. So it can be a lot of things. Also, probably maybe the last thing, some riders are really slow to warm up. So we could be seeing with Yeager that he is a better second half racer. And so that's really common in racing, is that some people just do really well in the last lap. So many factors, but I think we'll have a better idea of why he chose this moment to go, depending on whether or not he's able to close the gap to Catanzaro.
We'll keep an eye on it. Yeager at 450 meters back, trying to go across right now. Over to the men's 50 to 64 age category. It looks like Tom Bragel has escaped, or is trying to, on the front here, but this is mostly these 5 riders have made a pretty clear selection off the back. You can see next rider is 1.5K back. So if you're in this group, you're feeling pretty good in the 50 to 64 age category. Again, the light blue jerseys, the sort of seafoam green jerseys, are going to be 50 to 54 age category riders. And then the pink jerseys are 50 to 59. So Shaw on the right side of the group is in the 50 to 59 age category. The other 3 in the 50 to 54 age category. And then I think they also have a 60 to 64 rider in there in Peterson at the back here.
It's good to see our buddy Meyer still at the front, still in this group.
And Meyer so far has earned the most combative award for the day, most aggressive rider's jersey.
It's nice to see that effort that he put in to close down the gap to this group being rewarded. He's still able to be at the front of this race.
And just try and tuck in, relax, save a little bit of energy, and then get back to work, trying to work with the group here. So same thing here. These guys just at the halfway mark, 27 kilometers of racing to go, 28K down as they head out on their second lap of racing. This is just past the start-finish line. Also a good chance to get a preview of what the run into the finish looks like. You want to kind of get an idea for what that last sprint looks like, maybe where the last corner is, if there are any climbs or hills like that. You do a little bit of a preview on the first lap before sprinting it out on the second lap.
Yeah, that can be such a huge advantage.
Sorry, Ellen. I was just thinking about this as a training tool because I know a lot of these riders are going to be racing this race in real life. The Memorial Day weekend, I think, is the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic. To be able to look at that course before without having to go to Durango, like if you're from the East Coast or Midwest, you've never been to Durango, you've never done that course, being able to understand what that climb really feels like and how hard it is, how long it's going to take you, I have to imagine that would be a huge advantage in trying to prep for a race that you're doing in real life, maybe a national championship. When they announce the national championship courses, you can punch that in. If that's a big target, you can be training on that all year and really focusing your efforts so that you know that course when you get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this type of racing, I just think in bike racing in general, specificity is so huge. So being able to do really deliberate efforts can make such a big difference. It was a huge part of my training, was really trying to target like what were the biggest elements of this course and how can I emulate it even prior to going there. So I think something like this is going to be very advantageous for riders, especially as you said, if they live far away and they're not able to preview the course all the time. Being able to plug this in and get an idea of the profile and that race specific effort, I think is going to be kind of a game changer. It's really interesting.
Well, looks like some action heating up down in our men's 50 to 54 age category. Let's keep an eye on that as our other three categories go solo off the front. We're going to take a quick break here from the eSports National Championships, pay some bills, and when we come back, we've got more live racing from Durango.
For the last 100 years, we've been here, while our champions have triumphed.
And since day one, it has been our mission to champion each and every rider, because the bike belongs to all of us.
We champion each mile, milestone, and memory in the saddle.
We cheer just as hard for the training wheels coming off as we do our Olympic champions.
Because it's more than just a sport, it's a way of life.
We don't just champion cycling,
We champion you.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Welcome back. USA Cycling eSports National Championships underway. Masters categories on course right now as we get ready for our elites coming up later this afternoon, and then juniors after that. We do have a great look into some of the pain caves, one of the very cool parts about racing in the virtual world. We have Ryder that was nice enough to give us some insight into their pain cave that they're going to be racing here at the National Championships.
What's up, guys? I wanted to bring you into my indoor cycling cave, so come check it out. This is in my garage. As you can see, I've got my bike set up here with my trusty smart trainer. I've also got a mat. That way my trainer is solid and doesn't move around. Also in front of my bike, I've got my SARS trainer desk, which is awesome. Holds my computer, gets it up off the ground and gets it to where I can reach it, which is key. Nutrition and headphones. Headphones are key. And then we've got a 41-inch TV. I normally tilt the screen down a little bit. That way my line of sight is straight at the television while I'm racing. Having things bigger and easier to read while racing is key. Also, we've got cooling. I've got a personal air conditioning unit right here that hits me from the front. And then I've also got a side fan that's blowing straight through the window, which is awesome because core temperature, once you get it up, it's so hard to produce power. So keeping core temperature is key, or down is key. And another way I do that is this great jersey that my team sponsor Bora made. This is called the Helium jersey. As you can see, super breathable, and it keeps your core temperature down, which is absolutely important with indoor cycling or indoor racing. Last thing in my cave here is my children's art. Hang up different art through there just to look over and keep things positive because e-racing can get a little brutal and mentally challenging at times. So it's always good to have something to bring your spirits up. That's also why I've got the lights going, just because it makes me happy. So I hope you guys enjoyed this, and hope you enjoy e-racing, and hope these tips help.
It's Timmy Bauer from the Above and Beyond Cancer team. I think we're going to see him in the elite men's race later on in the day. Big part of that was just being happy, just keeping him motivated, keeping him chill. I know a lot of people put the dog bed by the trainer for that reason. Having a fan there to cheer you on helps.
Absolutely. That was a really sweet video, and I think getting to kind of see the logic and the thought process behind a lot of what he was doing is really cool. And I also wrote down in my notes just happy. I think that happiness can go such a long way, and virtual racing can be kind of lonely. So having those little things, whether it's your dog bed or your kid's art, I think it's such a sweet little anecdote, and I think it can make a huge difference in performance. So I loved getting to see that little clip.
Back to Catanzaro, your leader on the front here. Trying to hold off Jaden Yeager, who has brought back a little bit of time down to about 200 meters. 300 meters, check that, up the road, but remember it was 500 at one point, so Yeager making a little bit of progress here.
I think given the gap that we have here with the amount of time left, I would definitely, if I was Catanzaro, I would definitely be worried about Yeager out on course. The gap just continues to come down, and it doesn't look like, although it doesn't look like Catanzaro is all that worried, it looks like he is going pretty easy just based off of that little rainbow placard that we have. So I wonder if maybe he is just willing to let Yeager catch him, and then they can work together.
You certainly need to worry, or at least be thinking about, making sure you still have enough to get to the finish line. 20K to go can be a long way if you're starting to feel like you're on the rivet or you're about to crack. I'm sure Catanzaro would love to be able to get a draft from Yeager. At the same time, that is, a guy that can beat you in a sprint. Let's put it that way. So I don't know if Catanzaro wants to ride with Yeager into the finish. Different categories, though, so maybe he would say, I'd rather just take my age category if he's solely focused on the Stars and Stripes jersey here, but I think Catanzaro and Yeager like a good race anyway, so they may link up and try and race it out here. For the back, Kellison in third spot, leading these chasers and also leading his age category in the 45 to 49 age group for Kellison. So Gumbel here even though he's third place on the road, he would be in second place in his age category, because you see the jerseys next to his name. Gumbel is second with the light blue jersey of the 35 to 39 age category. So even though Jaden Yeager is second on the road, he is first in his 40 to 44 age category. These guys about to hit the bottom of the climb here. Wondering if maybe Yeager trying to give himself a little bit of time on the climb, kind of sag climbing a little bit, open up the space before you get to the climb, knowing you may lose time there, and he might end up right back with this group. So Yeager's a big guy. He is not a small rider, let's put it like that. He's a diesel engine. He's a time trial rider. He's like those long, sustained efforts. So maybe trying to get ahead on the climb here, knowing that he might lose time.
Yeah, and that is another, kind of element with virtual racing. I don't know how it compares on the RGT platform to some of the other popular platforms, but climbing is real, and I believe all of these riders today do have to be on a smart trainer. They're not able to just be on their rollers. They have to be on a resistance trainer so that their trainers, it's so cool, have resistance that they'll add when they get to sort of the harder parts of this course profile. So there really is a real element to climbing. It's not just going out for a flat ride. You are emulating that resistance of going uphill at a steep grade. So there might be a little bit of strategy coming in from Yeager on this part of course.
The technology with these trainers is insane. I mean, they're riding. The way that it's responsive to the course is totally mind-blowing. As you go uphill, it gets harder to pedal. They also now have accessories that will lift your fork up so it feels like you're going uphill. They have a fan that increases how much air it's blowing over you as you go faster. It's crazy, and they're developing new technology. It seems like every few months there's a new product coming out. We see indoor training specific desks, like these adjustable height desks, so you can put that in front of you, get that set. A lot of riders are putting rocker boards below them now, so you have a little bit of movement side to side. It makes it a little bit more natural. It's the innovation that we've seen over the last 2 years has been unlike anything we've ever seen in the cycling world. We went from reselling 90s hardtail mountain bikes to developing this whole new indoor training technology.
It's pretty fantastic. Even for someone like myself who doesn't race indoors pretty much at all, I can still appreciate just how far technology has come. And like you said, just in 2 years, I mean, it feels like just at the start of the pandemic, this virtual racing just blew up. I remember huge discussions around, riders racing on their rollers compared to their smart trainers and kind of the ethics of that. And now it just seems that rollers are just sort of a topic of yesteryear, and now it's all about the desks and, like you said, the climbs and the fans and all of that. And I think, going back to that Pain Cave video that we got to see, even the technology behind the mesh jersey that was made by was really interesting. And I think they're actually, just to nerd out on it a little bit more, those mesh jerseys I think actually do provide more cooling power maybe than just being shirtless. I think that we've seen this with some of the base layers that people will wear outdoors. So I mean, there's just so much technology now, and it's really crazy to see just how far this part of the sport has come in just a couple years.
A lot of riders are using ice vests too. I know you probably use some of those warming up for a time trial. We would see riders at some of the really hot races like a Tour de Gila or something on the road, but now that you don't have to carry that weight, you can wear the ice vest while you compete to try to keep yourself cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine that riders, that aren't riding in their living room, but are maybe in their garage, they're outdoors, or, in their basement. I think a lot of riders, you hope are going to have an ice bottle to just be able to keep that water, on their back, on their wrists, on their neck, just to stay cool. It's, like they said in that Pain Cave video, once you get your core temperature up, it's so hard to bring it back down. So it really is an art of prevention that I think a lot of these riders are starting to master.
One thing we haven't talked about a lot is the eating and drinking element of racing on the virtual platform, the nutrition that it takes for an hour-long effort. You absolutely have to eat at least a couple nutrition products, let's call it, throughout a day like this. I don't think I've seen any successful rides that didn't involve at least 1 or 2 gels or bars over an hour-long effort. It would be very easy to think, I had a big breakfast, it's only an hour, I'm going to be fine, I don't need anything on the bike. But I think just about everyone will replace some calories and sugar during an effort like this.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think anyone that we're seeing at the front of this race is going to be having a pretty dedicated fueling strategy. You know, whether it works for them or not is a totally different story, but absolutely everyone's trying to figure out what works. Kind of in the pre-show when we were in the Zoom rooms, I saw one rider, I don't remember their name, but they had a big Red Bull and a fork that they were just eating straight out of. I've never seen that before. Obviously, if we saw that on the start line of a live race, we would all just be dumbfounded, but it feels like virtual racing really is just kind of changing what we know about start line protocol. And so, yeah, nutrition is so huge. I think we're going to see a lot of riders just with a really calorically dense water bottle, maybe some gels, but probably not a lot of solid food, just with the intensity of this race. But yeah, you need to keep the carbohydrates coming in, especially for a race of this length and this intensity.
Split starting to happen in this group on a 7% gradient here on the way up the climb. You see Shaw got a little bit of space. Meyer moving into second position in this group. And Peterson going to try to hold on to the wheel. Meanwhile, Tombragel just a little further back. These guys all just trying to hold that wheel in front of them. Just hang on, but still got a lot of climbing to go until they get to the top of this climb. So it'll be a while. I hope you ate your gels already, because this is about the worst time in the world to want to eat. In virtual racing, a lot of riders have trouble eating enough because some people just don't want to eat when you're on the bike. It's pretty hard to, you're not really craving a gel when you're deep in the pain zone and you're like about to puke. You're not, craving whatever nutrition product you have. So sometimes you have to force yourself to eat.
Yeah, and that's kind of going back to what we were talking about a moment ago. Like those calorically dense water bottles are such a game changer. I'm fortunate to work with a brand like Scratch Labs that makes the super fuel, and it's 400 calories in one water bottle. So even no matter how much you do not want to eat or drink, if you can get down 1 or 2 sips, you're still getting vital carbohydrates. And so I think a lot of riders are switching to products like that because you really don't want to drink, you don't want to break your focus, and so you need to maximize those couple of seconds that you do dedicate to fueling. You can't be messing around with a protein bar that's not giving you as much as you need when you have so little time. Everything counts.
We'll see some riders in the elite races later today that actually recruit help. They have soigneurs that will stand there not only cheering them on, but also like opening the gel and handing it to them and making sure that, every little bit that they may need is taken care of. Because when you get into a scenario where you have to draft off that rider in front of you, you're in a group, 1 or 2 seconds can make the difference. I mean, you can get dropped out of the group in 2 seconds if you're not paying attention. And so on RGT, it requires constant attention if you're riding in a group to make sure that you're getting the maximum draft in that scenario. So as we work our way back up through these guys in the 50 to 64 men's age category, again, looking at Keller, Shaw, Meyer, and Tombragel together. Peterson has now gotten dropped out of the back of this group into 5th position. And then a little further back, we see Chiaffi, Bobolek, Helbing, Cooper, Warren, and Sonora. So this is Shaw in 2nd position, trying to bring back Keller, as these guys come to 17.4 K of racing to go. This next eSports team having a good day today. That is the team of Scott Catanzaro, who we saw off the front in the 35-plus men's age category. That's Catanzaro in the upper right of your screen here. And then Stephanie Sidlick in the upper left corner, leading the 35-plus categories, with Andy Smith leading the 50-plus categories in the bottom left. Back to Catanzaro with 13.2K to get to the line, enjoying the downhill a little bit here. See Catanzaro still putting power in on the descent here. He's trying to hold off Jaden Yeager. He knows that if he registers 0, then Yeager will keep the power on, and that's going to help to bring that gap back. So Catanzaro knows he has to stay on it. And still holding Jaeger to that 600-meter gap. Jaeger's been chasing for a good 20 minutes now. He's got to be getting frustrated at this point, thinking, come on, I've been putting in this wattage for a long time, and I'm not making any progress.
If anything, it looks like Catanzaro's gap is actually going back out. So I think that that could be really discouraging for Jaeger, who did kind of boldly decide to go away from that group that he was with. But it looks like a big gap now over third place and that chase group. So I don't think that it was for nothing, but definitely a little discouraging for Jaeger to not see this gap coming down anymore.
And he's also got to start doing the math right now, looking at 12.7K to go. I have a 400-meter gap to make up. You start thinking, okay, if I can bring back 100 meters per K or whatever the formula you come up with is, just to try to keep yourself going. But he is starting to run out of time here, running out of runway to try to bring back Catanzaro. Back to third. Tapping out just over 4 watts per kilo here. Soffel's trying to hold off Gumbel behind him. And looks like Jaeger is gone from this group. I don't see that one coming back. Jaeger. Oh, we're looking at Gumbel here chasing back. Sorry about that. Gumbel with the time trial bars here. Or at least time trial format. Wishing he had some time trial bars.
You have to imagine, in a race like this, there's so little, there's so few positions that you can really be in. As we're seeing Gumbel on the screen, this is pretty much the position that he's going to be in all day. There isn't, a lot of reason to get up out of the saddle. You don't get to move the bike really side to side at all. So moving forward, even just to change the position and the muscles you're recruiting ever so slightly into that time trial position probably feels like a little bit of a welcomed vacation, for your legs, for your core, for your arms. And so I think that is a big element of fatigue is, oh my gosh, I have to sit in this exact position for an hour and 15 minutes.
You very rarely see riders standing up on the virtual platforms as well until it really gets down to the end of the race and like they're on a big climb. It's more the desperate times of the race that you see the riders starting to stand up. It's not so much, I think you lose a lot of efficiency when you stand up on the virtual platform. Looks like some riders coming together over in the 50 to 64 age category. This is Keller and Shaw who have now linked up. Remember, Shaw took a little look off the front. Keller brought him back, and now these two going to be riding together. Again, 2 different age categories here, with Keller representing the 50 to 54 age category, and Shaw in the 55-59 age category. I hope I'm still playing video games when I'm in the 55 to 59 age category. Again, look at the jerseys that the riders are competing in. We have 4 races on course right now for our Masters categories. It's basically 2 men's races and 2 women's races, the younger Masters and older Masters for both the men's and women's categories. So you see the light blue and pink jerseys on the very left-hand side of that graphic, looking at the 50-54 and 55-59 age categories. Those are the 2 riders on your screen right now, the bottom right, with Keller wearing the 50 to 54 jersey and Shaw wearing that pink 55 to 59 jersey. The jerseys replace the number series that we normally have at national championships. It's not unheard of for these Masters riders to race against multiple age categories. Like when you go to Masters Road National Championships, they're all out on the road at the same time, but they use the bib numbers with different number series to determine which riders are in which age category. So like if you have a 500 series number, you would be in the 50 plus category. If you have a 600 series number, you would be in the 60 plus category. Obviously, we don't have numbers in virtual racing, and so we use the jerseys to help riders distinguish between the different categories out there. That's one fun part about virtual racing, Ellen. You never have to pin another number in your life.
That sounds pretty nice to me, but I don't know if having to race in my basement forever is worth that payoff. But I think for
Yeah,
some
you don't get to
people,
go to Europe for like a few months at a time, but you do get to skip out on pinning numbers.
yeah, this is hard to replace somewhere like racing in the Dolomites, but you know, there are bonuses. There are definitely pros and cons to each.
I'm sure you had some days in Europe where you look out the window, it's raining, it's about 45 degrees out there, and you're thinking, maybe I would be better off in my basement right now.
Yeah, I've had several of those days where you end up, you know, you're like, oh, I think I'd rather just ride the trainer. I don't want to go outside. And then almost always you're like, oh, this was such a pain to get set up and to get fueled and to remember what I need. And I should have just put on my raincoat and gone outside.
I think we're going to see more and more permanent training setups for a lot of riders. It's becoming one of those almost non-negotiable things. Kind of like when you're looking for an apartment or looking for a house. Now all of a sudden everyone wants a home office, right? You need an extra room now to have an office space, which 2 years ago, open concept everything, what could go wrong? You know, as long as we're not stuck in our houses together for 6 months at a time, it'd be great.
Yeah, I can relate to that. When I broke my back, I had a permanent training setup because I was riding the trainer a lot. I was not doing any virtual racing. But yeah, we called it my babe cave because we had a little sign that said babe cave instead of pain cave. So we thought that was quite funny.
Jaden Yeager down to about 330 meters on Catanzaro now. He is bringing it back, but this has gone back and forth a lot. Went out to 500, down to 300, back out to 400, back down to 350 right now. He's doing good wattage here, tapping things out at right around 4 watts per kilo. This is his nearest competitor in age category for Aristophles at about just under a kilometer back. So I don't think this is a threat for Yeager. They got 8.6K to go. I don't see Soffels making up a kilometer over the next 8.6K. So I think Yeager is safe for his national championship, but knowing Jaden Yeager, I think he wants to catch Catanzaro as well and take the overall win here today. A little further back with Brian Kellison again here. Kellison currently leading his 60 to 64 age category. Looks like he's got a sport drink or some sort of maybe homemade drink mix over his right shoulder. Not sure what that is.
It looks like it's like a Safeway brand seltzer water or something like that. It would be pretty hilarious if it was just a, you know, regular kind of grocery store sports drink with such an involved setup. Some people do find that, you know, that kind of more simplistic name brand stuff, none of the complicated fancy things. Some people just really prefer that. They like to really keep it simple.
I've been training with Snickers for the better part of my life, so I'm right there.
Me too. Oh my gosh, there is no treat better for me than pulling into a gas station and getting some sort of gummies. You know, you got to keep it. You got to keep it different. But a good peach gummy or gummy worms. Oh my gosh, I don't think that anything can beat that.
Exactly. They'll never be able to recreate that in the lab with you know, all the scientists that they have working on their nutrition products. There's just something about like walking into a 7-Eleven and paying $1.20 for it that, you know, gives you that certain je ne sais quoi.
It is, yeah, that's hard to replicate. And in the artificial colors, the neon colors, you know, all of that, it just adds another element to this healthy thing that we're doing. It really helps kind of equalize it.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts about riding. You really can eat whatever you want. We burn through it so quickly when you put in efforts like this. You can typically reward yourself with some pretty fun treats. All right, Catanzaro still trying to hold off Jaeger as we go over to our men's 50 to 64 age category. Keller and Shaw still locked in together. We were watching this battle earlier. They do have Meyer about, let's see, a few hundred meters behind him. So Meyer still has a chance in the 50 to 64 age category. Remember, that was the rider that we saw earlier barely catch on to that group of what was 5 riders. He made it 6, and now that group has fallen apart again with Keller and Shaw hitting out and Meyer trying to chase up into 3rd. Look at how well Shaw is locked into the draft here. The fact that these guys are barely moving position on the road really tells you how well they've worked out the drafting here in this group. Again, it's really hard to do. Now, you see his number in the upper left-hand corner is red right now. That his current wattage showing red. That means that he's doing more watts than is necessary because the game will scrub those watts off. If he's sitting behind a rider, you obviously can't ride into the back of that rider. And so if you're sitting in the draft and trying to draft, that will help you to make sure you're not doing too much work. Now, eventually, it will move the rider over and you'll go past that rider in front of you, but the game tries to help you sort of stay in the draft a little bit and help you figure out exactly how many watts you need to do. So 260 is too much for Shaw when he's in the draft of Keller. It looks like his magic number is like 250, somewhere around there to sit in, but I think he's taking his turn on the front now.
There really is so much for these riders to learn, through kind of the sophistication of this platform. Just how much you need to be doing to kind of sit on a rider's wheel and to not waste all of that energy. There's so much real world application here if these riders choose to kind of focus on that process. I think it's really, really neat to see.
A good look at our Zoom room here. Shout out to all the riders that made it out here on Sunday morning. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you letting us into your training room or pain cave or living room or basement or garage or green screen studio, wherever you are. All the credit in the world for getting out here and competing for a Stars and Stripes jersey here. It takes some guts to race the first eSports national championships, but nobody's really good at virtual racing yet. I think there are a lot of people that will say, well, I'm not very good yet, but that's sort of the fun of virtual racing. We're all figuring it out together.
Yeah, I feel like there are very few people who really did a whole lot of virtual racing prior to the pandemic, and if you did, you're definitely one of sort of the early adopters. And so, yeah, I think it is sort of unique that this is the first national championships of this type, and yeah, I think it's only going to continue to grow, so it's really cool to see.
Catanzaro on his way 3 kilometers out from winning the very first eSports National Championships jersey. It'll go down in the history books, I'm sure. Still a lot of details to work out on the podium award trophy scenario for a virtual national championship. We did give away an NFT in a race earlier. I did a virtual race where they awarded an NFT of the winner's jersey to the winner. So maybe that's where we're going in the future.
Yeah, I think everyone wins an NFT and then a little bit of cryptocurrency as prize money. And so we're really just fully investing on this whole virtual platform. I unfortunately have no crypto to offer, so I'm not volunteering that.
You can
for
make
anyone
one.
Watching at home.
That's the beauty of crypto. I'm pretty sure you can just make one up. So if you want to hand out like 50 Ellen coins to these riders, you are more than welcome to.
Okay, 50 Ellen coin to whoever wins this race. That's like my preem.
Perfect.
Maybe we'll do that for the pro race.
There you go. All right, Keller and Shaw at 6K to go at the front of the men's 50 to 64 age category, and then Catanzaro about to wrap things up here at 2K to win his 35 to 39 age category. And then looks like Jaeger going to roll in behind him to win the 40-44 age group. This has got to be hard too. You did the work. You pretty much know you have the win locked up, and now you just have to knock out that last 1.7K. You're not quite far enough out to start celebrating, but you are far enough out to sort of know that you have it. So this is a gray zone for Catanzaro right now.
I think the next big feature in virtual racing will be able to have, like you said, you can have some hand movements. We need the fans lining the barriers, and the winners are able to come through and give a big high five as they come through. If they're winning, or even if they're not, if they're just enjoying the ride, they can get some high fives from the fans.
Add a little mini game where you can toss a bottle to a kid, sign an autograph. Catanzaro looking at the 1K banner up the road here. The flam, I don't know the word for blue or purple because it wasn't red. Flam blau, maybe. Meanwhile, Keller and Shaw inside their last 5K, but I think we'll welcome Scott Catanzaro into the line here as the very first eSports national champion crowned here in the United States. Keller and Shaw just passing one of our camera bots out on course. You may see a few riders just sort of putzing around out there. Those are the riders that we use to get cameras into the game and keep an eye on these riders out on course. Well, beautiful finish, just like in real life in Durango, Colorado at the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic as Catanzaro heads inside the last 250 meters before picking up his virtual Stars and Stripes jersey. The next eSports rider will be your 35-39 men's national champion. No fans to swarm you. There's no medals being handed out. Nobody to dump a cold bottle of water on your head. But I'm sure we'll get there. Jaden Jaeger in next. This will be your men's 40-44 national champion. There you go. Jaeger with the post up coming through the line. That's what I'm talking about.
Fantastic. Do you have to hit the space bar to be able to do that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's done in the game, but you do have to select the celebration and know when to do it. Meanwhile, these guys on their way in, Kellison, Soffels, and Gumbel trying to work things out here. Kellison going to win his age category here. Actually, all three riders pretty much have their positions sorted out in the age category, but they are still going to race this finish out. Soffels will be second in the 40-44. Gumbel going to be second in the 35-39. And then Kellison going to win his 45-49 age category. So bravo to these guys. Way to stick together. Hang in there. Soffel's going to give it a go here on the finishing stretch. Gumbel goes right over the top. Kellison's like, you guys have fun? These two sprinted out. And, oh, I was going to say Gumbel gets it. It looks like he held on. Kellison comes in just behind them for a pair of seconds and a national championship for Brian Kellison in the 45-49 age category. Congratulations, Brian. All right, so the rest of that group about 2 kilometers out. Looking over at our 50-64 age category, our older Masters men's category. Going to be finishing up on the right side of your screen, about 2.5K from now, with Keller and Shaw still together. Masters women's category is the 35-plus category on the upper left-hand side of your screen. Sidlick still out in front with 8.5K to go. And then in the 50-plus category, Andy Smith still leading the way solo with just under 15K remaining for her. So some tough solo efforts out there, basically an individual time trial national championship for these two. So you see Stephanie Sidlick tapping out a nice steady 4.2 watts per kilo. Good look at Stephanie inside her training area here. I always like when we see a second bike set up next to it. I can just imagine training side by side with your significant other or training partner.
It sounds fun until you consider, you know, do the tensions get high? Do you ever are you ever like, please stop breathing so loudly, I need to focus?
Yeah, proceed at your own risk, I guess, racing with your significant other.
I share a desk with my significant other.
Oh boy.
Sorry?
You can do anything then. If you can get through that, I'm sure racing would be nothing for you guys. Andy Smith on the front here, 12.5K to go for the 50-64 rider. As looks like our 35-plus riders finishing up here in the upper right-hand corner. And our 50-64 riders wrapping things up down here as well. Shaw and Keller on their way in. See if they sprint it out. Again, both of these riders going to win their age category. Shaw is in the 55 to 59 category, and Keller about to wrap up the 60-64 age category. Meyer hung in there, sitting in third position right now, about 250 meters back. Looks like he'll be good for a silver medal in the 50-54 age group. But here goes Shaw into the red zone for the last 300 meters to finish it out. I love seeing the power profile ramp up in the upper left corner.
Yeah, you just see a big mesa.
Yep. Kind of tops out just as he gets to the line and then gets to let off and celebrate on the way in. What a feeling. Hour 28 exactly in the saddle for Keller on the way in as he wins the men's 60-64 age category. There's Jeff Meyer finishing up. Way to fight in there today. Hung in tough, chased back into the group, and holds on for a silver medal in the 60-64 age category. Way to go, Jeff. Tom Burgell, also in that group, gave it a go today. Going to end up fourth overall, third in the age category here. Knocking out the last 650 meters now. Hung with that group for a long time. That separation didn't come really until the last few kilometers. Even on that climb, they were mostly together up and over. So this group did a great job today. Way to hang tough as Tom Burgell rides his way to what will be a bronze medal.
Just like in live racing, the last couple hundred meters always feel so very long.
55.6K in and done. It all seemed hard to me. Last 200 meters, I guess, especially hard. All right, so more riders out on course. Our women's 35-plus category in the upper left, women's 60-plus riders in the bottom left, and then some of our men's 50-plus riders finishing up as well. You see Dean Peterson down in the bottom right corner. But a few categories already finishing up, so 5 national champions already crowned. We're about to crown a few more with our Masters women about to finish up, but we did see Catanzaro in for the 35-39 age category. Jaden Yeager will win the 40-44s. Brian Kellison gets a national championship in the 45-49 age category. Congratulations, Scott Shaw, for the Cinch Rise team, your new 50-54 national champion. And then Richard Keller we saw rolling in the 55-59 age category for the Masters men out there today. So 5 new national champions in the USA Cycling eSports Nationals, and we're about to crown a few more because our Masters women are on the way in right now. You see the 35-plus category leader Stephanie Sidlick with 4.8K left, and then Andy Smith at the front of the 50-plus categories with 9.7K to go. Stephanie Sidlick, an incredibly talented rider here in the 35-plus category, in addition to being one of the top virtual racers in the country right now. She is also a PhD in organic chemistry. She got her PhD from a little school called MIT. You may have heard of it. She published her research in polymer science, studying synthesizing novel polymers and materials via the principles of molecular design. So I understood about 2 words out of that, but I can tell you that Stephanie Sidlick is probably smarter than both of us combined, Ellen.
I would have to agree. And I hope for Stephanie's sake that if she's able to hear us at home, that she actually can't hear us at home, because I'm sure no one wants to think about their PhD as they're about to win her national championships.
I'm just looking at a paper she had published in 2007 entitled Peptide Functionalized Reduced Graphene Oxide as a Bioactive Mechanically Robust Tissue Regeneration Scaffold. So that's what Stephanie's on.
It sounds
I'm just
like
trying to figure out what these numbers on my screen mean. I'm just amazed that I can see people racing virtually, and well, Stephanie's out there changing the world. Andy
Incredible.
Smith on our screen right now.
Andy Smith, the woman we saw earlier who had the jerseys printed out just to her right side, who apparently did not end up needing them. I mean, I can't even remember how long she's been solo on this race, but I'd say well over half of this event she has been by herself, maybe even more than that. So yeah, I don't think it matters what jerseys your competitors are wearing, because she can't see them. She is going, gone.
Well, and she'll be comfortable with this solo riding. Smith is the reigning Masters Women's 55-59 time trial national champion. She won that back in 2021 at Nationals there. So the time trial is right up her alley, and looks like Smith is in familiar territory here on the front.
And you can see that being demonstrated very handedly here if you look at her power profile. It's As a rider who's very familiar with what my power profile looks like, even when I'm trying to do a steady effort, I actually cannot fathom how steady this is. Like, it's, if you don't know about, like, a lot about power profiles, you're gonna have to take my word for it, but this is actually phenomenal how steadily she's riding right now.
Well, I hope Andy Smith is hearing this at home, because anyone that can impress Ellen Noble when it comes to power numbers, I think that says a lot about that rider. So good on you, Andy. Great riding out there today.
Even a rider who's so steady like Sidlick here, like you can still see that she has quite a bit of variance. So while we have these dual screens, it's so interesting to compare their power profiles. And honestly, Sidlick's is still so steady, but you can still see those bigger dips. It's, like I said, it's almost unfathomable just how steady Smith is riding.
Yeah, just look at the numbers. I mean, Smith's, the very top left number shows the current wattage that they're doing, 215, 216, 211. And then you go over to Sidlick with a much bigger variance from 220 up to 250 sometimes. So it's only 30 or 40 watts, the variance for Sidlick. But when you compare it to Smith, who's varying by like 10 or 15 watts in her power, really, really impressive riding over there. And this is something that comes from practice, I would imagine, Ellen. This is something that you can get good at by riding on the trainer a lot, by doing these long, sustained efforts, or at least get better at. I don't know if you can necessarily get good at it, but you can certainly improve your ability to ride like that.
You can. You absolutely can. And it is good to kind of have that improvement. You know, you do want to ride more steadily. But yeah, I mean, I think some riders are really just born to be super, super steady Eddie, as we call them. You know, I was not built that way. I never have been. And so I think that's why I have so much appreciation for what Smith's profile does look like, because I understand how challenging it can be. But some riders really just are so much more comfortable, just kind of, you know, as we say, set it and forget it.
I had the opportunity
Speaking of
to
steady,
Go ahead.
After you, Brad, please.
I had the chance to announce a lot with Lauren Hall this year, a former professional racer who, you know, was a sprinter in her time or considered herself a sprinter. And even she was amazed at a lot of these power numbers where she was saying, you know, I was a professional cyclist and even I couldn't do a lot of this stuff, but it's, you know, different strengths for different riders. And this certainly, I think, plays into the longer range, time trial, steady effort type of rider rather than the sprinter or short effort style rider.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And I think this type of riding is a lot more suited, like you said, to time trialing, where there's a little bit less strategy and a lot more about kind of that ability for a long sustained effort. So there are definitely different strengths at play here than we would see out on the road or cyclocross or mountain biking.
Sidlick had her camera operator readjust the Vittoria Zoom room camera, so thank you very much. Got her centered up. Want to make sure you look good for your national championship, right? You're coming across the line, you got to make sure you're zipped up and proper. This is like when you know you're going to win and you zip the jersey up to represent your sponsor, you know, wipe it off, clean it off a little bit. I think that's the same thing here.
Well, it looks like she has plenty of time to do any of the adjustments that she needs compared to, you know, the gap that she has over second place is pretty sizable. So I think she could take time to adjust the camera herself if she needed.
Sidlick on the way in. She will pick up a women's 35-39 national championship for Stephanie Sidlick. Well done, Stephanie. In and done just over, or just under an hour 40, I should say. And that's got to feel good. Another successful national championship campaign for Stephanie Sidlick. So Chauvin going to be next in. This will be the 40 to 44 age category. And she's going to be on her way to a national championship jersey as well. Remember, Sidlick in the 35-39 age category, Chauvin in the 40-44 group. So she's about 6 kilometers away from earning her own Stars and Stripes jersey. Did we just crash? Up next with Andy Smith here. Look at Smith's power profile, nice and steady as well. led her last 4.5K.
I would have to estimate that Smith's heart rate monitor here is inaccurate. Comparing it to some of the other heart rates we were seeing, with our winner that just came across the line, we were seeing around 160 beats per minute. So I feel like 98 beats per minute is probably not likely, or she has one of the lowest heart rates that I've ever seen.
Yeah, sometimes, and it's not changing either, I noticed. Yeah, you see Thompson here with right around 150. So wondering if that's maybe just a bad connection. Thompson at the front of the 65-69 age category here. Second on the road behind Andy Smith. But competing in that 65-69 category. And then if you look behind her, the light blue jersey of Freystead in the 50-54 age category should also be good for a national championship in third. There's Thea Freystead. And Freystead looking at just under 9K of racing before she hits the line for what should be a Stars and Stripes jersey. We're talking about registering the heart rate and the power numbers that these riders are looking at as well in our elite races later today. And in most of the high-level virtual racing that we see now, there is a verification process that the riders have to go through. It starts with a weigh-in video where the riders have to record a video showing their current weight on a scale. They have to also show themselves holding a object of known weight. Most riders use like a barbell or something to make sure that it shows that your scale is accurate. You have to zero it out, then you have to show it with you on it, then you have to show it with you holding a known weight object, and then you have to show something that shows the current date and time so that we know that that video was made recently, and the riders have to do that weigh-in. Then they also have to verify their power meters. There's all these calibration methods for your trainer, so they have to do these spin down tests and things like that to make sure that the trainer is calibrated. And then the last step in verification is a dual recording process. They have to record their power to two different sources, and that to make sure that they can't manipulate one of the sources. You would have to perfectly manipulate the two sources if you were trying to cheat. And so the dual power recording helps to verify to make sure that there's no hacking or anything going on in that world.
Yeah, that's just another example of how far kind of the technology has come, especially compared to the early on virtual racing where there were a lot of ways to kind of, I think, manipulate the results for a lot of people. It is interesting to see kind of all the hoops that you have to go through. It's not as easy as just hopping on a trainer and pedaling. There are so many steps to kind of taking this type of racing seriously because, it is like the up and coming platform. So people are trying to find a way to kind of make it as fair as possible, but it's really fun to kind of see all the little steps.
All right, so Smith with 2.2K left on her ride as we once again congratulate our new national championships here, adding Stephanie Sidlick in our women's 35-39 age category for the 3TQM cycling team. Obviously, we saw Keller, Shaw, Kellison, Yeager, and Catanzaro earlier in the men's masters categories, winning their age groups. So congratulations to all of our new and about to be new national champions in our masters categories this morning. We're also getting ready for those elite categories coming up here in just a few minutes. Those riders should be on the start line right now. So we'll pick up the start of elite women and elite men up next, as it looks like this will be the front of our elite women's field. Biggest name, I think, to watch in this group is Jackie Godby, right there in fourth position. We'll talk about her a lot today. A dominant force in virtual racing here in the United States and an expert here on the RGT platform. So watching our elite women get fired up and underway as we go racing with the elite women and elite men at the USA Cycling eSports National Championships. So Ellen into the red zone here, and as expected, Jackie Godby takes an early lead here off the front. Now remember, Godby represented the United States at the eSports World Championships last year. She'll be back on the world squad this year, so this is not only one of the best in the country that you're looking at here on the front, this is one of the best in the world. Godby rode to a top 10 at the eSports World Championships last year, so no surprise to see her get into the front of our elite women's field. Meanwhile, elite men also underway on the right-hand side of your screen. They have just left the start line here on the virtual Iron Horse course just north of Durango, Colorado. So we'll keep an eye on that group, looking for their split. There's the train just ahead of Jackie Godby. See on the left-hand side of the screen, one of the coolest parts about racing this course is racing the Durango to Silverton train, and they built that into the game. I love seeing that.
I think that's so cute. I'm really enjoying watching this race take off, especially seeing them neck and neck is very, very fun. It's very novel.
Looks like a little bit of separation in that group over in the women's race. Men still trying to figure out where that split is going to come, but they got plenty of racing to do it. Doing about 84K of total racing today. That'll be 3 laps for our elite women and elite men. That means 3 times up and over that big climb on the far side of the course. So there will be plenty of opportunities for these riders to sort themselves out. All right, so as our elite categories take off, still finishing up some of our masters categories here as well. Welcoming in Andy Smith at the front of our masters women's 55 to 59 age category. So this will be another national champion on the way in as we congratulate Andy winning her Stars and Stripes jersey here for the 50 to 59 category. And again, the last 100 meters always seems to be the toughest in these virtual races. But Andy doing a great job, tapping it out just under 2 hours on the bike out there today. All right, so Smith in and done. And looks like just a couple riders remaining on course for her. Thompson, I think, is going to win her age category just behind. As we take a look at some of our elites in the Zoom room, switching over from Masters racing into elite racing here. We'll keep an eye on those other finishers in the Masters categories as, again, we move over to our elite women and elite men's categories. Couple different looks at some different pain caves as we move into new territory here in the United States' first eSports National Championships. We are very honored to have USA Cycling CEO Brendan Quirk joining us today to help cheer and welcome some of the riders on. Brendan, if you told me 3 years ago that we were going to be doing a USA Cycling virtual national championship, I would have told you that you were crazy. But it must be pretty cool to see this all happening today.
It's incredible. It's incredible to see what's happening with esports and cycling, with esports in general. Whether you look at endurance sports like cycling, whether you look at something like F1, clearly this is a whole new component of sport that I'm really excited to see how it develops.
One of the really cool things about this national championship, the masters and junior riders get a chance to race alongside the elites as well. I know that's one really cool thing that a lot of the amateur riders are excited about, getting to test themselves against the pros here.
Yep. Yeah, you got to aspire to race with the big boys and see what it takes to be able to hang with them. Yeah, I'm just looking for all the fans. More than anything else, I love the shot you just showed of everybody in their pain caves, seeing all their fans, kind of what their setup is. It's just incredible to see where the technology of this has gone, where the innovation of this has gone. I remember seeing an article in Velo News just a few weeks ago about all the Bluetooth switches and all of the hacks that people are doing to optimize their setups. I mean, it's no different than racing out there on the road, trying to squeeze out every last little bit of advantage you can get. So yeah, I'm excited to be here and I'm excited to watch.
We're all gearheads, I guess, underneath it all. Brendan, thank you so much for your support of the national championships here. I know you guys were a big part in helping make this happen, working with Echelon Racing Promotions to help bring a national championship to the United States. So congratulations on your first eSports national championships here.
Yeah, well, thank you. Now I'm excited to see how it turns out. Internally, we're fired up at USA Cycling to see this continue to develop, and looking forward to larger and larger fields every year. And it's interesting to see how the data that you can accumulate in this type of racing. For us, this is a really interesting next frontier in talent identification. And I could see how this form of bike racing could really influence more traditional forms of bike racing in terms of how we find talent and how we develop talent going into the future. So it's here to stay, and I know it's only going to get bigger. So we're excited to be part of it.
I'm sure there will be some big eyes on these national championships today. So, Brendan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. I'll let you get back to enjoying your weekend, but I know you've been watching the competition here, so I'll let you go back into bike racing fan mode here.
Yeah, that's a deal. Well, thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to the racing. Take care, guys.
Thank you so much, Brendan Quirk, CEO at USA Cycling. As we move back over to our elite races, elite women and elite men underway, and Jackie Godby in the upper left-hand corner of your screen here in the Victoria Zoom room. Again, the big name in this race today. And I say the big name because Godby has a real shot at delivering us an eSports World Championship this year as well. They're going to be moving to Worlds in just a few weeks after the National Championship here. So, Ellen, there is a really good chance that we see an eSports world champion in the United States here.
And it's definitely cool to, get to see sort of the precursor to that happening out here on course today. I imagine that this race is as much of a tune-up and a way to kind of fine-tune and just double-check the setup for Jackie Godby today. So, I'm curious to see kind of what her strategy ends up being, sort of with her eyes, I think, being more set to the World Championships.
I see Megan Easler trying to go with Godby here at the front of the elite women's race, and then Erin Ayala a little further back. Looks like they have regained contact here. All three of these riders know each other. They have all raced in the Echelon Racing League this season. So Godby, Ayala, and Easler have all met before in these virtual races. So they know exactly what they're doing, trying to follow Jackie Godby. Normally, Godby is able to ride away from these two. She can normally solo away from Ayala and Easler. Easler has been one rider that was able to hang with her almost to the line. That's Megan Easler right there in the upper left-hand corner. So that may be the best shot at trying to upset Jackie Godby. Erin Ayala can hang with Godby for maybe 60 or 70% of a course like this. Ayala is almost there to being able to ride with Godby all the way to the line, but she typically will lose contact just as you get into the last hard part of the course. But Ayala has been knocking on the door of being able to ride with Jackie Godby.
And, that's no small feat, especially when you consider just how sort of prolific Jackie Godby has been in virtual racing. To kind of be getting closer and closer every race has to be encouraging, for a rider like Ayala.
And they got a nice little group going down here in the bottom right of the group. There's a look at Erin Ayala in the upper left. But I think everybody is happy to sit back and let Jackie Godby do the work here. You've been in a scenario like this, Ellen, I know, where you get into a road race and there's that one rider in the group that everyone kind of looks around and says, all right, you're in charge, so what do you want to do? If you're noticeably stronger than the other riders, the responsibility falls to you. And so I think that's kind of what's happening with Godby here. They're all just kind of waiting for Godby to tell them what to do. It's like, all right, how fast are we going, Jackie? Because this is your race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everyone's like, barring anything crazy, you're probably going to end up winning, so we don't need to do anything nuts. But this is also kind of an opportunity for a lesser known rider to take advantage of the fact that everyone is really just focused on Godby here. So, this is the time where sometimes you have an upset. Someone says, we are only worried about Godby going off the front, and, a rider like Ayala, or any of these other racers, kind of have a chance to go off the front. But, just as I say that, we see Godby kind of push on the pedals and off she goes. So it's hard to say, if that's going to be the race winning move or if someone else is going to be able to take advantage of, this sort of cat and mouse that we're seeing at the front.
Godby already starting to string it out on this little step up portion of the climb. See Godby out of the saddle. Very rarely does Jackie Godby climb out of the saddle in her virtual racing. You see she rides that time trial bike. She comes from a triathlon background, and so typically doesn't move around on the bike a lot unless she's putting in a really intense effort. And so she's using these little stair steppers on the elevation gain or elevation profile right now. You see there's just barely a little orange section of the elevation profile, and she's kind of using that to attack up those just short little steps before they get to the big climb. So Godby not making it easy on anyone out there today. And that effort got rid of one rider as looks like Snover has been dropped out of this group into 4th spot. She was riding with that group earlier, but has now come unglued.
Getting that perspective into these riders' pain caves is so special. Just being able to see the body language of Godby compared to the other riders is such an incredible insight that I think just adds such a human element to this virtual racing. Kind of seeing how composed she is compared to, Isler and Ayala. Like, it's just, it's so unique getting to see. Just, it doesn't look like she's going all that hard, but now we're seeing Snover, who is definitely, putting in a little bit more work. You can see that pain on her face, really putting the pain in the pain cave here. And yeah, I just think it's such a special component to be able to have these Zoom rooms here.
This looks like a rider rapidly learning about the RGT platform, maybe underestimated how much effort she needed to do to stay with that group. Clearly has the effort, clearly has the wattage in her because she's putting it out right now. But yeah, now she's making up for that gap that opened up early on here as they took off from the gun. One other unique thing about the start in RGT or these virtual racing platforms, when the clock hits 0, it immediately starts registering whatever power you're putting into the trainer. And so unlike a normal race where you start from 0 and then kind of ramp up to your speed, in virtual racing, when the clock hits 0, you need to be doing like 6 watts per kilo right there. You should be at your max wattage when the clock gets down to 0, and then you just take off from there. So that is, if you're not familiar with the virtual racing platforms, that's one where you can get caught out really easily. Like, why is everyone around me starting to pedal? We're 15 seconds away from the start. What are you guys doing? Well, they're ramping up so that they have maximum power when the clock hits 0.
And just little tidbits like that throughout this whole event, are so valuable, and just things that, like, yeah, maybe you wouldn't know and may differ from platform to platform. So like you said, riders who are more familiar with the RGT platform are going to have an advantage. And like you said, people who have the effort in them, it really comes down to how you use it. And if you understand the platform, you can use all of your efforts to move you forward rather than, a rider like Snover, who we're seeing right now that is struggling. She might have the effort, but if you don't understand the platform super well, then, maybe your efforts don't move you forward quite as much as you'd like.
Elite men stringing out single file on the front is here. Payne Griffin taking a look here in his green team kit for the next eSports squad. Griffin leading a long line of riders behind him. I guess this is one way to get things started. Still 75K of racing to go. There's always that one person on the group ride that wants to go incredibly hard, incredibly early. And you're like, we're doing 75K of this, right?
Those riders were always my least favorite. You're like, I'm going to roll up, I'm going to kind of warm up as we go. And those riders always had something else in mind. So it can definitely wake up the legs, kind of jump start the legs, if you will, if you're not fully warmed up.
When you see Payne wearing the next eSport kit, that is one of the more established virtual racing programs out there. We saw Scott Catanzaro win earlier in the Masters category, so they have a few teammates in there. This gets into that weird scenario with the trade team versus national championship sort of dilemma, because riders may be working with some trade teammates, and so a team like Next eSport is going to have multiple riders in this race, and maybe they're trying to use one rider to go out early. Maybe they send Payne Griffin up the road to say, hey, why don't you try and draw some riders out, try and make it as tough as you can, and see who goes with you. So maybe a little bit of teamwork or team strategy going on there with the Next eSport team. We're seeing some more familiar names in this group, including an A. Lambie that I see moving up into second position, which I'm assuming must be track and gravel superstar Ashton Lambie looking for a national championship here.
It's super unique to see, you know, we have some former triathlon pros here in this event, and now seeing, you know, a rider, like you said, track and gravel superstar Ashton Lambie kind of in this event. You know, racing virtually is just becoming so prevalent across so many different disciplines. There's no one discipline that sets you up for racing, you know, virtually, and there's so many ways to make it benefit you and help you set you up to set you up for success during your season. And we're seeing that right now with Ashton Lambie. You know, he has so many goals racing even internationally, so it's very cool to see him. You know, I hope we get to peek into his pain cave a little bit wherever he is in the world.
I just want to see what the mustache looks like right now, see what the current mustache situation is with Ashton. Here's a look inside Eric Hill's pain cave. Looks like he's in the basement today from the Project Echelon racing team. Got some of the jerseys and medals hanging up on the wall behind him. A little bit of that motivation that we were talking about earlier. When you need that extra little kick, it's nice to have something to look over at. And Hill riding on the front of this group right now. See at the bottom right of your screen, setting tempo with Corrigan and Cooper on his wheel on the way up the climb right now.
It sounds like we're not going to have pain cave footage of Ashton Lambie today, unfortunately, but looking at his Instagram, even just, you know, in the last like 5 hours, you know, we're seeing a recent update of the mustache, same and, you know, thick and prominent as ever. So I have to imagine, I mean, we're seeing riders wearing jerseys that are basically made out of nylon, you know, sort of nylon tights or pantyhose, as we would call them, and yet Ashton is out here racing in, you know, like 3 pounds of mustache. So it's definitely interesting. There's still a little bit of, you know, kind of fun and maybe some performance reducing elements, and I love to see that.
Sweat management, right? That's what it's all about. It's
Yes.
like a sweatband for your lip.
It is.
Jackie Godby
Exactly.
opening up the gap here as she has dropped Aaron Ayala about 35 meters back. Easler going back to 120 meters, and then Snover at 300 meters back. So meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Jackie Godby took exactly 17 minutes to get the separation that she was looking for here, as now Godby solo at 5.4 watts per kilo.
That's very, very impressive. You know, as they say, it's lonely at the top, and for Jackie Godby, it is certainly lonely at the front, because I don't predict that this race is going to come back together, especially looking at the power that she's doing right now and kind of the effort that she's forcing out of Aaron Ayala. That, yeah, I think that Jackie has a pretty commanding lead on this race already.
Jackie Godby, another rider in this field, both incredibly successful on and off the bike, also has her PhD, and also does work in peptide bonding, believe it or not. We've been watching Godby throughout the season in the Echelon Racing League. She is currently doing her residency in Riverside, California. Originally from Chicago, Illinois, she's doing a radiology residency in Riverside right now, which has meant a lot of 3:30 a.m. workouts for Jackie to wake up, ride the trainer, get the workout in, go do a shift at the hospital, and then come back and either rest or race again. So you talk about a motivated, incredible person. Jackie Godby is the definition of that.
It's so incredible, and it's so hard to imagine having that much drive and that much motivation. And so although I can't ever put myself in the position to get up at 3:30 in the morning to do these sorts of training rides, I think that it is showing the kind of advantage of virtual racing in this virtual series, where you are able to ride and train safely, you know, comfortably, kind of at any time of the day. So if you are someone who thinks that you could get yourself out of bed at 3:30, I don't know who that type of person is. It's not me, but if that's you, you know, there are opportunities about, like, you know, so many opportunities here for virtual racing. And so I think that's, you know, one of many really, really cool parts of, you know, this new type of sport.
Megan Easler up next in third spot here. Megan going deep, trying to get across this gap, trying to get up to the wheel of Erin Ayala just ahead of her. And if Easler and Ayala can link up together, I think that'll be a good, evenly matched group. So Easler just has to survive up and over this climb. They're almost there. She's just a couple 100 meters away from hitting the top of the climb. And then we'll see if she can get back onto Ayala's wheel on the way down. A lot of that will depend on whether or not Ayala pedals on the way down. Ayala can coast. If she wants, she would be able to register 0 power, but you're not going to go as fast on the way down. So we'll see if Ayala coasts and enjoys the descent, or if she keeps the pressure on Easler on the way down. Ellen, any unique setups in your training system, your training setup? I mean, you have any keys or tips or tricks or anything that you use to keep yourself motivated?
You know, like kind of in the pain cave, or just in general?
I guess in general, I would assume you have different methodologies or systems for the pain cave versus in real life training.
I do, yeah, absolutely, I do. You know, I'm one of the riders that's definitely been known to have a couple of things on their top tube. You know, for a long time, I had just a really kind of crappy little piece of like painter's tape that said, you know, for those who can't. That's been like a big motivation of mine. I have 2 tattoos on my forearm, on my forearms, on each forearm, you know, that kind of have a lot of motivation for me. And so I think kind of stuff like that, I've definitely been guilty of writing things on myself in Sharpie during these races, and then decided to just go full commitment with, you know, more permanent ink. But yeah, I'm definitely someone who is highly motivated by those sorts of reminders. So seeing these jerseys, seeing the notes, all of that in these riders' pain caves, I can definitely understand where that added motivation comes from.
And sometimes you just need that reason to look over and cheer on. Looks like Ashton Lambie making his way to the front of this group. Lambie riding under the Gravel Knots flag here at eSports National Championships. I'm not sure how to describe Ashton Lambie. I'm not sure if he's a gravel racer or a track racer. He's got a world record in the pursuit. This guy's done so much, I don't really know how to categorize him.
You know, because I was just checking on the status of Ashton Lambie's mustache, I can tell you that his Instagram bio is pursues well individually and with others. And I think that puts him into a really great kind of description. That I think if we're talking about, you know, Jackie Godby off the front of the women's race, seeing Ashton Lambie off the front of the men's race would definitely add up. I think that this guy likes to go hard, he likes to go steady, and I think he likes to be alone.
We were talking about some of the different preparations and motivations and stuff like that. I remember Ashton Lambie once telling me, Come On Eileen was his pre-race tune. He said it has the perfect cadence for riding on the track, and so he would always listen to little Dexy's Midnight Runners before the start of the race. I hope he cranked it up today.
I love that song, and I can visualize so strongly why that's such a great warm-up song. It does just have the perfect tempo and the perfect kind of like little hype in the middle where they start to break it down. So hopefully he has that going on right now and he can't hear us just lamenting over his mustache. I really hope he's not listening to us at home.
Look at Mason Roca in the upper left-hand corner, riding on the front here. And you see Roca is enjoying the downhill, barely pedaling on the way down here. They've just gone up and over the top of the climb, and so this tells me that this group as a whole is not showing a whole lot of urgency to get down off the top of this one. So Roca, just smart bike racing here. Take the zeros when you can. I have to imagine Lambie has a little bit of extra pressure on him today. You don't get a roll up to a race like this with a name like that without people taking notice. So I'm sure there are plenty of riders in this group keeping an eye on Ashton Lambie, saying, I'm just going to follow that guy. And Hill going to take a look at the front here as well. 16 riders in this group. Everyone else has been spit out. Coleman, Shalmuth, Calderon back there, all gone. Pretty clean gap off the back of this group. So you either made the selection or you didn't at the front of our elite men's race. And if you're one of these 16 riders in the group, I think you're pretty happy with the scenario here. Back to Kevin Bouchard-Hall, another big name in this field. This will be one that a lot of riders will be keeping their eye on. Successful on just about every platform that this guy races on. Bouchard-Hall with the Velocio Northeast squad, but has had an excellent season this year. Also was on that eSports Worlds team, so another veteran of the virtual racing world. Looks like everybody happy to sit in here. Again, 67K of racing to go. Absolutely no reason to be trying to jump off the front of this group here. You're onto the flats. You're probably going to get, if there was ever a place to attack, it would be on the way up. It would be on that red section of the elevation profile down at the bottom of the screen. But onto this green section that they're on right now on the flats, this probably isn't the best place to attack. They say place to go is not when you're feeling good, it's when everyone else is feeling bad, and that probably comes just about at the top of the climb. So I don't think we'll see many attacks on the flats here, Ellen. I think this race is won and lost on those inclines.
Yeah, I would have to agree. That was definitely my prediction for the amateur masters races that we saw beforehand, but we did see some surprising moves, I guess, kind of coming just after the climb. So I think anything can happen, but, as we're getting into these professional events, I think we're a lot more likely to see things kind of following a more predictable structure.
Lambie taking a little look off the front of your pro men's race on the right-hand side of your screen. Meanwhile, Jackie Godby still tapping out the tempo here on the left side. So watching our pro women's and pro men's group on the screen right now. I kind of like getting the 2-for-1 special of racing. It's nice to have both races going on here at the same time. You can switch back and forth between our elite women and elite men. This is one of the advantages of virtual racing, I guess. We don't have to have 2 helicopters and 2 sets of motorcycles and 2 officials and all that stuff out on the road.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. It just keeps everything, so much more dynamic, especially during road racing where there are likely to be a lot more lulls than maybe you would see in a shorter event like a criterium. So it's super fun to have both events out there. There's always something to watch and something to look at.
Well, Jackie Godby continuing to build her lead here up to 750 meters as our elite men on the other side of the course just wait to try to see who's going to split out of that group. We'll keep our eye on both. We're going to take a quick break here from the USA Cycling eSports National Championships, and we'll be right back with more live racing.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
For the last 100 years, we've been here, while our champions have triumphed.
And since day one, it has been our mission to champion each and every rider, because the bike belongs to all of us.
We champion each mile, milestone, and memory in the saddle.
We cheer just as hard for the training wheels coming off as we do our Olympic champions.
Because it's more than just a sport. It's a way of life.
We don't just champion cycling,
We champion you.
Welcome back. Elite men and women underway on course. Looking at our elite women's riders on the left-hand side of your screen and elite men on the right-hand side. As our elite men tap out about 63 kilometers of racing left, and our elite women right there as well, with Jackie Godby leading the way and Erin Ayala up into second position as well. Brad Soner here with Ellen Noble for our very first eSports National Championships here in the United States. Ellen, we have just wrapped up our Masters racing, moving into our elite racing, and then our juniors coming up after this at 1:30 this afternoon, so into sort of our second block of racing. But I'm super excited to see this elite racing because these are the pros. These are the best at what they do here in virtual racing, and we finally get a chance to see the best Americans against each other. We've seen them racing in some of the premier leagues and some of the private leagues. We've seen them race against each other at the eSports World Championships, but this is our first national championships.
It's super exciting. I'm super excited to be, alongside you here and, kind of witnessing sort of, the first event of its kind.
And I want to give you a virtual high five here. It's on this side for your awesome commentary today. You've been awesome, and it's been a real pleasure learning from you. So there we go. My camera's backwards too, so it took me a while to figure it out.
I don't know how to do it. Okay,
Yeah, all right.
there we go.
You know what? We'll fix it in post. The magic of TV. We can have someone do that in post FX. All right, back to racing on course. Again, our two elites out there, but they are racing on the virtual Iron Horse course. If you've ever raced professionally in the United States, you may know this as the Iron Horse Bicycle Classic just north of Durango, Colorado. It's basically flat riding through a canyon, and then it goes uphill on the far side of the course before they loop back. Ellen, we've seen this climb has been long enough that it's sort of like an alpine climb in the way that the riders turn into this single file formation. They're going one by one up that long climb on the far side of the course.
They do, yeah. We're definitely seeing, a little bit of kind of stringing out happening here, especially in the women's category. Obviously, we're definitely seeing things getting broken apart, a little bit more tactical racing happening in the men's field.
And then there's really not much elevation coming into the finish line, so it really is basically just a flat sprint running to the line. So if you can find yourself with a group, there's a good chance that this comes down to just a good old-fashioned sprint into the finish line. So back out to live action on course with our elite women underway on the left-hand side of the screen. Jackie Godby widening her lead on the front, and then our elite men still together. Nobody getting away from that elite men's race yet, but still plenty of time and plenty of strong riders in that group. So we'll see if they get any splits going there. Jackie Godby doing what she does best, though, the solo expert of virtual racing. If nothing else, the motivation that it takes to ride solo on a platform like this is incredible. And Godby spends so much of her time in these competitions riding alone because I would say 80% of the races that she wins are solo by a large margin. So she's used to riding like this.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine kind of what it takes and what sort of motivation she has going on in her personal pain cave because, you have to have something to kind of keep things exciting because definitely riding at the front by yourself is definitely not entertaining on its own.
Jackie, I know a lot of times races with some chocolate on her training table as a little bit of motivation, and then she always gives herself some chocolate right after the finish of her race as well. A lot of times when we're doing the post-race interview talking to her after a win, she'll be munching on some chocolate to reward herself for the effort. So they say a happy bike racer is a fast bike racer, and chocolate makes me pretty happy.
That is so fun. Yeah, I just love learning all these, like little bits about each rider and kind of, the chocolate on the race table and, the jerseys and the kids' drawings and all of that in the pain cave, I think is just such a fun element to learn about each of these riders. And I don't think I would have chocolate on my table, but I would definitely have something. So it's nice to know that these riders are rewarding themselves greatly.
We were also talking earlier about protecting the gear. You see, Godby's rear brake is taped with like a rag. They wrap it with a rag and tape it up to try to protect those metal and rubber elements from the sweat dripping off. And you see a lot of riders that have those sort of top tube protectors that go from your seat tube over to your stem as well to try to catch some of that sweat. But Godby is riding inside so much that she's had to take steps to protect that Argon 18 bike underneath her.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of, for those who are having a hard time imagining just how much these riders are sweating, the fact like we're seeing right here, having that whole rear triangle taped up and all of that is really just a great example of how much, these riders are precipitating, if you will.
I think she still has the number on there from the Chicago Triathlon as well. I think that's her Chicago Triathlon bib there with her race number tagged onto the back of the seat tube. Got her national team kit hanging there as well. She earned that after representing the United States at the World Championships, as we were talking about. And then the trainer table as well, the adjustable height table that she has going. That's one of those Saris indoor training specific tables made specifically for virtual racing. Godby is also one of the few riders that races on a time trial bike. This, I think, probably just comes down to comfort. It's whatever you're most comfortable on, whatever you're used to. But you don't see a lot of TT bikes in the virtual racing world. I think probably because a lot of riders just come from a road background. That's the bike that they're most comfortable on. But Godby, with a triathlon background, has been racing with these forward-facing tri-bars since she started racing virtually.
It is surprising to see so few riders on, aero bikes because those positions are a little more suited to sort of setting it and forgetting it. So just being able to find that comfortable position and then put down steady power. So with this type of racing, you would expect that people would be more prone to riding their aero bikes, but definitely, like you said, a lot of riders maybe just have the one bike. But if you're comfortable on a time trial bike like this, I think that there is an advantage to having that set up for these long, steady efforts.
And maybe that's the difference between a triathlete setup of their time trial bike and a bike racer setup of their time trial bike, because usually the bike racer setup is like the least comfortable you've ever been on a bike, right? I mean, when we fit a time trial bike for a pro cyclist, you're fitting it for the biggest aerodynamic advantage, which doesn't matter at all when you get into virtual racing. And so whatever tweaks you may, whatever advantage you may have taken from setting up your time trial position, that all goes out the window when you move to virtual training. So it's interesting to see her on that time trial bike. I'm not sure if she changed the fit or sizing or anything like that to accommodate for virtual racing. But yeah, you can really ride on whatever's most comfortable for you because your position on the bike really doesn't matter. You can be as upright as you want.
Yeah, that is actually such a good point. I hadn't even thought about the aerodynamic component. And so I wonder, there are all sorts of bike fits that you can have done professionally. You can do the aero fit, you can do the racing fit, all of this. And so I wonder if we're going to start seeing bike fitters maybe start leaning towards doing the virtual fit where it's really maximizing, pedaling efficiency. And obviously, you hope a lot of bike fits are going in that direction anyway. But definitely when you take out any aerodynamic advantage, you might see slightly different positions. So I wonder if that's going to be yet another element of this virtual racing prevalence.
Yeah, even the concept of like drop bars is almost unnecessary at this point because you don't really need to get down an aero. So unless it's more comfortable to be on there, I guess there's really no reason. Certainly don't need the brakes, so it's not like you need the levers. I mean, you wouldn't need them for shifting, but you can put those blips for the electronic shifters on there now.
Yeah, but then again, there's no point in removing it because it's not like the bike weight setup matters. So there's really just so many things to consider, and it does go against what we know about, kind of bike racing, and all of the weird cultural elements that are so ingrained now are kind of being reconsidered.
Yeah, it's great. It's a chance to rewrite the rules, those dumb Illuminati rules that we have about how you have to wear your socks and what way you wear your jerseys and what color your leg warmers are supposed to be and all that stuff. You can do whatever you want in the virtual world, It's like, I'm in my living room, man. I'm in my comfies.
Absolutely. And I hope that part of racing, of like that kind of accessibility, does transfer back over and sort of rewrites those silly rules, like you said, and it is a little bit more accessible. And I do like that, we're seeing Jackie Godby on the front right now. She's a triathlete now, kind of competing against a lot of other racers that I know are a little bit more traditionally road racers. And so it's nice to see those fields kind of melding. And so I think that does kind of increase the acceptance sort of in the sport altogether.
That's what it's about. More people on bikes. We don't care how you do it. We don't care what kind of bike you ride, as long as you're out there riding. That's all that matters, whether it's virtual or in real life. Just get out there and turn those cranks. All right, Godby wrapping up her first lap. Looks like our men about to finish up their lap over on the right-hand side of the screen as well. Still nobody away from that group. I think there's just too much talent in this group. Everyone's scared of some of these big names in the group. Nobody wants to get away. Nobody wants to gamble on the attack quite yet. So a little surprising to see this men's field so close together. See John Cooper off to the left-hand side of the screen, 12th position right now. That is the husband of Jackie Godby. And normally we see John supporting Jackie while she's racing. So this is maybe a unique scenario for John and Jackie, because I don't know that they've ever really done much racing where they've both been racing at the same time. A lot of times Jackie would race and then John would race, or John would race and then Jackie would race, because we do the elite women and elite men, or we swap it and do elite men and then elite women. But in this scenario, both racing at the same time. So I'm wondering if that changed the race setup a little bit. You got to fight over the Wi-Fi, right? Like when you're trying to have a Zoom and your partner's watching Netflix and it's like, hey, I'm trying to work here. So I hope they're not fighting over bandwidth.
Yeah, it's like, who gets custody of the pain cave? Are they both in there together? You kind of like, what's the process? So, really interesting. It's so fun, though. I do love just kind of being a bit of a hopeless romantic. I do love that there are couples out there that are racing together and kind of getting to support each other, in so many different ways. So it is a really fun kind of human element of this event, that there are a lot of, different kind of dynamics of probably roommates, teammates, partners, all out there together.
It's sort of like when they do the VO2 max testing. I know there are a lot of studies that show when you have that encouragement in the lab, you produce a higher VO2 max. Like when the tester is yelling at you, telling you to go harder, you can do a better number. So having someone there to cheer you on, I guess, is helpful. Looks like John has moved to the kitchen today. He got relegated to the warm-up zone, I guess, for his ride today. Jackie got the A spot. That's where she normally races from. So her setup hasn't changed at all. And looks like she got the premier spot in the apartment here.
It does make sense. When we saw him earlier, not knowing the situation, I was sort of surprised and impressed by seeing the refrigerator in the shot. And so now it makes a little bit more sense. I think we're all used to riding our bikes out of very small apartments, but this definitely adds, an even more fun little piece of context.
It looks like he's got the ceiling fan above him. That might be nice, having a little bit of cooling coming down on you.
That ceiling fan is maxed. You almost can't see it. It's going so fast. It's just a blur.
I hope he doesn't post up. Like, if this guy celebrates, he's going to lose a finger. there's Cooper getting to the front of the group. Now, we were talking about the jerseys earlier with the different age categories. No age restrictions in the elite races here. So these riders are wearing basically their trade team jerseys or All right, sorry about that. Back with Jackie Godby and John Cooper here. Both at the front of their races. We saw Jackie Godby going solo off the front and John Cooper leading his group of elite men on the front of the group. You see Godby locked on to her screen here. Even though she is solo off the front and really doesn't have anyone around her, she still stays staring at that number. I think that's very similar to the way that you'll maybe see riders staring at their stem, looking at their power meter, their power numbers. I think the ability to read the constant power is big for Jackie Godby here.
I would have to agree, and I think like we talked about earlier with her, targets kind of set towards the eSport World Championships in just a couple weeks. This event I think is just as important for training and preparation as it is for anything else. So, kind of focusing on what she's seeing on screen, kind of having that constant feedback of how do I feel, how fit am I, how ready am I, like that kind of information is really valuable as, there's a big event, just kind of on the horizon.
And Godby really knows how to maximize her riding in these scenarios because she very quickly moves to, okay, what do I need to do for my next goal? It's not just about winning this race. It's about the entire season, about what she needs to do next or what kind of training she needs to get in. So sometimes you get into a competition and then once it's clear that you're going to win the race, you might as well try and get a workout in. Look at Godby's power meter here in the upper left corner. Steady Eddie, like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I was just noticing the same thing. I mean, it's incredible, and especially seeing kind of the, the power that she is holding, so steady is really phenomenal, and it makes it, we can tell that she's a really incredible racer, but then to sort of have this, example of her watts per kilo, how steady she's riding, it just kind of puts it all into context and really makes it make sense for how commanding her race has been so far in this elite women's field.
The other thing we haven't talked about is the cadence and how steady that is. You can keep a steady wattage, but a lot of riders have trouble keeping a steady cadence as well. She's locked in right around 79 RPM right now. It doesn't really change much for her, maybe 1 or 2 RPM in the deviation, but that's another skill. A lot of people will naturally ramp up, I think, their RPM. It's hard to sort of keep yourself there. People will sort of drift from 80 to 85 to 90.
Yeah, absolutely. And, for those watching at home, cadence is just how quickly or slowly you're turning over the pedals. And so, yeah, cadence is something that comes up a lot, especially in road training, but also very commonly in off-road training as well. And so 80 is definitely on like the slower side of normal, but, still looks really natural when we see her in her pain cave. But I think what's hard is putting down high power at a high cadence. So when you see people going up to 90, 100 RPM and then still being able to put down power, I think that's where a lot of people really struggle. But, a rider like Ashton Lambie who specializes on the track, that's going to be something that he focuses on a lot.
And it's a very unique thing to each individual athlete as well. You see some of the different cadences on your screen right now from 73 up to 95. I'm imagining this is probably not one where you want to match the pros that you see on TV. Don't try this at home. Ride your own cadence. It's going to be based on feel. You can't look at your favorite rider and say, I want to do that, or I want to be like that. I'm going to be just like Jackie Godby and do 80 RPM at 320 watts. It's up to the individual feel.
It is, absolutely. And it also, a huge factor is going to be bike position. So a lot of people will want to kind of increase their cadence because it can be helpful to keep your legs turning over. It kind of keeps everything a little fresher, a little lighter, fluffier, if you will. But if you don't have a really solid position on your bike, you're just not going to be able to spin a higher cadence. So it's something that there's just so many factors that indicate leg speed that it's not just, seeing, okay, well, they did 94, on today's race, so that's what I want to do. It's really saying, like, what am I capable of with my experience and my position and all of that, and my physiology.
I see Gross coming back into the group after taking a little look off the front of the men's race. And Brian Duffy on the right-hand side of your screen, working his way up to the front as well. It's amazing how the racing dynamic changes from the women's race to the men's race with a dominant player like Jackie Godby in the women's race. There is no dominant player on the men's side. This race is pretty wide open in terms of who the favorites are. There's a handful of maybe 10 or 12 riders that would be the big names of virtual racing, but we don't have anyone close to the level that Jackie Godby is on the men's side.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's kind of, the inverse of what we typically see in a lot of women's racing now compared to men's racing, where there usually are, kind of distinct favorites in men's live racing compared to the women's race where it's kind of anyone's game. So very interesting to see things switched up as, we're going into the virtual world. Anything is possible.
They are starting to get some separation now. Coleman takes a look. Again, they're just on the pre-climb section. They're on these kind of stair steps on the way up. But they are trying to split this group, and it is starting to heat up. You're starting to see the elastic string out now. They're starting to pull on it on the front. And if you're at the back of this group watching gaps open up, this is a wake-up call, because you're like, all right, this is not as easy as it was 5 minutes ago.
We were talking earlier, Brad, about how you have to sort of already be going hard prior to the event starting. And I think that that's something that's really consistent, into these attacks. It's a little bit harder, it's easier to get kind of caught on the back foot if someone does attack on, I feel like, on the virtual platforms compared to live racing, where if someone's attacking and they're gone, it can take a minute for your system to sort of catch up. And so you always have to stay ready. And so, there's so much strategy and so much to think about in this type of racing that I think people don't give consideration to. And it's definitely been really fun to watch, kind of learning more about this platform through you.
Yeah, here's a crazy one that I had never considered until a few weeks ago. Some of the riders were telling me about the view that they use while they're racing, because normally they would ride like the view that you see on the right here, or maybe even zoomed out a little bit more, sort of this drone hovering behind the rider. But a lot of riders don't like to use that view because when they see something like this happen, a rider coming in, they overcompensate when they see a rider trying to come up on them. So a lot of riders have been switching to just the first person view. It's sort of this like tunnel vision view of what you would see if you were the rider. And that allows them to just sort of lock in, do their own race, focus on their own power. Because if you try and respond to every avatar in the game that's moving around you, you're going to blow yourself up. It's just, you can ride consistently. You can keep that wattage there. But if you start seeing those characters coming up behind you and you lift your power every time, that's going to burn you out quickly. And so, yeah, some riders were talking about trying to change their gameplay view because they have a choice of a few different views and trying to focus a little bit better in the game.
Yeah, and like we talked about during the the Masters events, it is really easy to kind of toggle around each other, without doing any particular effort. Sometimes someone, if they sneeze and they put down a slightly harder pedal stroke, they're going to move ahead of you. And so really trying to only react to the riders that are intentionally trying to pass you, that are intentionally trying to make an attack, it can be kind of hard to suss that out just with how much people are kind of moving around in the field.
Eric Hill rolling off the front here solo, trying to see if he gets any help with him. Looks like one rider going to try and go with him. That's Payne Griffin, who we saw taking a look off the front earlier, obviously interested in a breakaway today. Same story here in real life racing. If you're not a good sprinter, your only chance of winning this one is getting into a breakaway. So if you don't like your chances of being able to outkick the group bunch gallop to the line, well, you better be getting a split going. So Eric Hill, great bike racer, love the guy, terrible sprinter, not going to win the race in a sprint to the line, and he knows that. So that's why he's getting into this move. That's why he's getting into this breakaway.
Especially when you add in a rider like Ashton Lambie, whose specialty is 4 minutes or less. There's, I think, a little extra motivation to get into that breakaway, especially, you know, on this as they're kind of heading into sort of the crux of this climb once again, you know, just a couple minutes away. Trying to get that break and sort of establish that gap is going to be very important.
I am getting as far away as I can from Ashton Lambie before the last 4 minutes of racing, because you know when he lights that, he is literally the best in the world. The guy has the world record in the individual pursuit, approximately 4 minute effort. I think his time was like 3:58 or something like that, but that's what he's been training for. That's what his body is tuned for. And yeah, you better watch out in those last 4 minutes on this one today. So Hill is going to need a significant gap over Ashton Lambie if he wants to hold him off coming into what will really be the last kilometer, or 2 kilometers of racing maybe. And this will be a nice addition to the breakaway, as Payne Griffin will link up with Eric Hill here. So these guys might as well be teammates, because it's Hill and Griffin versus the world. So these two will lock in. I would expect to see them cooperating, riding together. Look how well Payne Griffin just locks in right behind Eric Hill here. Just modulates that power perfectly, sitting right on, and now these two can work together to try to hold off this field. Gap is at 100 meters right now, so that'll be our baseline, and we'll keep an eye and see if this one starts growing or shrinking. Always nice, Ellen, when you go in a solo breakaway and that bridge rider finally makes it up. You know, I'm sure you were looking back like, sure would be nice if you made it, but I'm sure when Griffin finally made it up there, Hill was more than happy to see him.
Yes, absolutely. You're like, you know, I don't want to wait for you. I don't want to take the chance that we're both going to get absorbed, but I'm really hoping that you're able to get across, because, you know, you suddenly double the amount of support that you have at the front. So definitely always a welcomed addition when you get like one rider and then you start to get, you know, a few more, and then it starts to feel a little crowded up front.
We'll see if anybody else tries to come across the gap here. They did bring these guys down inside 90 meters, so they're not really getting that quick jump away from the field that you need. When you start a breakaway, you really need to sort of rocket away quickly. You can't just slowly roll off the front. So they opened up 100 meters quickly, but it kind of topped out there, and they've just kind of been sitting there at a 100-meter gap right now. So that 100 meters is also long or short enough that a rider can go across the gap, and if you start to get enough riders that do that, that's just going to shut the entire breakaway down.
It can be kind of hard to commit to an attack like that, where, you know, you go up the front, you're kind of trying to test the legs, but do these riders right now, Hill and Griffin, really want to go all in and commit to this effort? It kind of depends on how they're feeling, how the group's reacting, you know, stuff like that. And so it can be really hard to balance. Like, is this the race? Is this the move that I want to dedicate my race to?
Well, Kevin Bouchard-Hall likes the look of it. He's trying to go across the gap here, has just left the group and brought a whole bunch of riders with him. Bouchard-Hall definitely had a big old target on his back coming into this one of the better riders of the racing leagues this season. So Bouchard-Hall causing a panic as he leaves the field to try to join these guys up the road. 3 would have been perfect. Griffin, Hill, and Bouchard-Hall would have been like a dream trio in a breakaway. But if Bouchard-Hall brings the 8 hangers-on that he has with him, I don't know if that's going to be a very good scenario for a breakaway.
Another added challenge, speaking of Bouchard-Hall, is, you know, speaking of just race favorites, is that, you know, there's not really a way to sneak away. You know, with this type of virtual racing, all of these riders are constantly able to see the gaps and the riders that are in those breaks. You know, all times. And so there's no way to say, oh, we just didn't realize that Kevin Bouchard-Hall went up the front, or, went off the front, went up the road. Like they're saying, okay, I can see him. He has 150 meters. He has 148 meters. And so that's such a challenge because there is no secrecy. It's impossible to miss something like that with virtual racing.
We saw that at the Olympics, the escapee in our pro women's road race this year. I'll bet they wish they had her on RGT to keep an eye on where everybody was in the race. Gap starting to form here on the climb. I think there's going to be a reshuffling when they get off of this one and start to work their way down. There's going to be a few less riders than were originally there. That group of two has been brought back. Kevin Bouchard-Hall, well, not really brought back, I'll say joined by this group of riders, because Bouchard-Hall did bring a handful with him. And it looks like that group is going to go up to 8 riders total. Roca, Griffin, Brune, Hill, Jemrozik, Nair, Duffy, and Bouchard-Hall. All in this group 8. I think this is the selection right here, Ellen. If you're not in this group right now, you need to either get there or start chasing, because this looks like the winning move to me.
Yeah, I think that the alarms are being sounded now. A lot of riders are saying, okay, this looks pretty threatening. All of the most kind of prominent characters are here, and that's definitely not the group that you want to have riding away from you.
And you can see Bouchard-Hall putting an effort here in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Bouchard-Hall also has one of the more unique setups in his pain cave. I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of dark in this shot, but he has literal sandbags holding down his trainer on the 2 legs that come out off of the trainer, because he pulls up on the bike so much in those big efforts and sprints. He had to put a couple of 25-pound sandbags on either side of his trainer. We also have some riders that have bolted their trainer into the ground so that it doesn't lift up. They put like a concrete tap down through their basement floor and literally bolted the trainer to the floor. So I guess that's another technical part of virtual racing. There you go. Just look at, I think it's Quikrete, actually. I think it's bagged cement.
That is fantastic. It's so easy for these trainers to kind of walk forward, especially when you're putting that power down. So to see that, yes, that is a major problem for Kevin Bouchard-Hall. And, in order, he needs dry concrete to contain him, is really sort of just a great example of how much of a threat he's going to be to today's race. And you can also see, like you're talking about earlier, weighing in to this event, you can see his kettlebell behind him and a scale. So he has everything that he needs for these virtual races right in frame.
You were talking earlier about some of the unique abilities to eat and drink while you're on the trainer that you can't do in real life. Race a couple weeks ago, Kevin Bouchard-Hall pulled up to the start line. He finished a cup of coffee just before the start, and we were like, oh, good, he's getting ready. And then he pulled out the coffee mug from underneath and poured himself a fresh cup, which you can't do in real life. But he did race the first half of that race with a hot cup of coffee sitting on the table in front of him.
Hilarious. I love that. I really do just love all those sort of fun, unique, things that remote, whether it's remote work, remote racing, or all of the above that, those additions have afforded us.
Men's race really starting to string out over here on the right side. You're looking at Zach Nair of the next eSport team, who is up there with Kevin Bouchard-Hall as they have just gone over the top of the climb, and they're going to work their way down right now. So this is a good chance to kind of regroup, Ellen, on the way down. After you finish a climb, you start to kind of look around, say, all right, who survived the climb? What are the gaps like? Who's here? Who's not here? And then you start working out the strategy on the way down onto the flats. Jemrozik repping the St. Louis Blues. Looks like he's got, I'm not sure if he's drying the jersey or just displaying that for us.
We've seen this with a couple of riders, just like Rozik that we had on screen and a couple of the women earlier. It looks as though they're riding outside. There's so much wind, so much breeze that it looks like they're just riding outdoors. And so I think like that really puts into perspective how necessary it is to just keep yourself cool. while you're out there. Or in there,
some crazy industrial fans that people have been buying and investing in for virtual racing, but that airflow is a big part of being able to control that body temperature like we talked about. Travis Bruin looks like he could use another fan or two. Going deep as he goes over the top of this climb. I think that's a weed eater in the background, so he must be in the garage. Is that what I'm seeing? I'm not sure.
If he's not in the garage, I would be so incredibly curious to know how that plays into his virtual racing profile.
For some of the riders, there we go. I can't tell what that thing is. I'll go with the weed eater. That's a good guess. A lot of riders, the position that they race is dictated by where the best connection is in the house. Like if you have a big house and the router is on one side of the house, you can't race on the far side of the house because the internet isn't fast enough. Or some riders will even be connected in with a hardwire, like into your router, the Ethernet cable. And so sometimes they choose their position based on where the router is in the house.
You know, Brad, virtual racing isn't that different from remote commentary. Where I think that
right.
we're a lot more prepared for virtual racing than we may think. Aside from being incredibly out of shape, I think that we have the right mind for how to do this sort of virtual racing thing.
That's part of it. You have to be a little bit of an IT pro to be a remote commentator or a virtual racer these days. The days of just showing up and racing your bike or putting on a headset and doing commentary are over. Now you have to figure out all this testing and connecting and internet stuff, and it's a new era that we're in, both for racers and commentators. But it's been a pleasure having you here today, Ellen. It certainly makes it a lot easier having a pro like you.
It's been the pleasure is all mine, honestly, and you know, I feel really lucky that I made it on you know, without issues, because I am not an IT pro or anything close to it. So, you know, I appreciate you guys making it simplistic for those of us who are more technologically challenged.
Well, I got to give you a shout out because we kind of threw you to the sharks. We basically shipped a box to Ellen's house and said, "Here, plug this stuff in and connect on Sunday morning, and we'll see you there." And Ellen nailed it. So if bike racing and commentary doesn't work out, you can come work on the broadcast side. We'll get you a job on one of the broadcast trucks. Jackie Godby working her way down. 42K of racing remaining here, just past the halfway mark for her as well, at 2.5 kilometers ahead of Erin Ayala and Megan Easler. Now this is really going to be the battle to watch today. Godby is going to be free and clear off the front, but Ayala and Easler will be doing battle for second and third place. Ayala is only about 300 meters ahead of Easler here, 400 as they get onto the climb. So sometimes the best race on course isn't the race for first and second. Sometimes we go a little further back, much like cyclocross, Ellen. There have been a lot of races where we watch those battles further back in the field, and sometimes those are the most interesting ones.
Oh, absolutely, yes. It's so fun, especially, you know, kind of competing for that coveted spot on the podium can really, really heat up the race. So, yeah, especially when you have a rider, you know, with such a commanding lead in front, it kind of gives you the chance to look back and see what sort of battles do we have going on further back, and it's quite a pleasure.
The leaders of the non-Jackie Godby category here at eSports Nationals, with Godby going clear, Easler and Ayala. And then a couple riders a little further back. See Alexi Snover into fourth position. And she's just under a K back from Easler.
Once again,
Nice
we're kind of
natural
seeing,
light.
you know, as we go into the Zoom room, you know, it's almost cruel to see how easily their avatars are navigating this course, but then watching just how much effort, you know, the riders are actually putting in. Here with Alexi on camera, you're seeing her avatar just, you know, out for a spin, out for a stroll, but she is giving it everything, wiping the sweat, taking a drink. You know, there's so much to look at, and so it is sort of one of the more humorous parts of virtual racing is sort of that difference.
That's a big part of in real life racing, though. I mean, you're sizing up your competition in these scenarios. Like when you get into a battle like this in a cross race, you're looking for those tells from the other riders.
Absolutely. Yeah. How much are they moving around in their saddle? How often are they standing up and pedaling versus sitting down? Are they breathing hard, or are they looking down at their stem or at their, chain rings or anything like that? There's so much that you can garner from your competition based on their body language. And so not being able to see that virtually, is really hard. And obviously they've kind of created a workaround there with, that kind of like rainbow grade that we were talking about earlier, showing kind of how hard the riders are going relative to their kind of threshold. But yeah, it's definitely not the same. And so I think it is hard to find that comparison.
You were talking about trying to read your competitors. Do you put on a poker face when you're kind of feeling it? I mean, do you try and act like you're fine even if you're not?
Not as much as other riders. And I think what we see a lot with, certain competition, I had the, great fortune to commentate cyclocross worlds just a couple weeks ago. And we see riders like Mariana Voss who do, I think kind of act a little bit. They sort of put on a show and then pretend that they're hurting more than they are. I am not really capable of that, but I definitely have sort of tried to indicate, like, in a group race, road race, they'll kind of flick their elbow and you're like, I am so tired, I couldn't possibly pull through right now. And so you can do little things like that, but I'm not one of the more theatric riders. I think I am a little too busy thinking about other stuff.
Yeah, that's like advanced level tradecraft when you get into the breakaways like that. I know there are a lot of games that you'll play, and there's a lot of ways, especially when you get into like team tactics, when you have riders in the breakaway with you, there's some things that you can do to sort of mess with the psyche of the other riders and just try and keep them on their toes, if you will.
Yeah, that level of theatrics is definitely like, I don't know, getting your PhD in polymer dynamics or something like that. I mean, it's something that most of us can't even begin to comprehend.
So a little bit of a split back here in the men's race. We're looking at two different groups on the screen. Mason Roca has taken a group with him. This was the original Kevin Bouchard-Hall group that we saw. Bouchard-Hall started this move and, brought a bunch of riders up with him, basically. That's most of the riders that are here. So they have got 5 riders clear. Actually, make that 6. And then Hill going to be leading the chase back in 7. So that's actually all 6 riders in the breakaway in our Vittoria Zoom room in the upper left-hand corner. So good look at how the breakaway's feeling right now. Look at Bouchard-Hall out of the saddle, and his avatar goes with him.
Kevin Bouchard-Hall is definitely Twitter's favorite racer at the moment. I have to say, not knowing a ton about these virtual race series, even I knew that Kevin Bouchard-Hall was the internet's favorite internet racer. So I'm definitely curious to see if any of those fans that I happen to see on Twitter are watching at home, definitely cheering for sort of the New England boy.
Yeah, Kevin, a popular guy on other virtual racing platforms. He's also done a lot of these races on RGT. Like, he raced with us in the Echelon Racing League that had a lot of the in-real-life races on the American calendar. Had actually won or raced a lot of those in the past, or his brother, Derek, would have raced and won those in the past in their professional career. So sort of a new era of racing for the Bouchard-Halls.
I think we've talked a lot about kind of the accessibility that virtual racing has provided, with Jacqueline Godby being able to wake up at 3:30 in the morning and do these workouts, things that are super impressive like that. And then you consider other riders, who might have a family, or, there's just so many other obligations that can make it hard to race, not just train outside, but to race outside is so challenging because it requires travel and all of that. Whereas a lot of these people are able to just, close their computer if they're working remotely, or if their kid's taking a nap or something like that, and they're able to just log on and do a workout and then get back to their other life, if you will. And so I think that is something that's so unique that we kind of overlook about virtual racing, is the fact that people who aren't able to get to other races, other parts of the country, are able to go to a race here in Durango, Colorado.
Yeah, like you said, the life outside of training, we have to remember that these aren't the professional racers that we're used to seeing on TV. Most of these riders will have day jobs, they'll have 9-to-5s, they'll have families and pets and other obligations to take care of. So to find the time to train and race, I mean, this is a big block out of your Sunday afternoon. If you've got things going on at home, sometimes it's not that easy to find 2 hours to set aside on a Sunday to race. So all the credit in the world to these riders, holding down all the different facets of life and still getting out here to race.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I definitely do not want to sound like I'm diminishing the amount of time and effort that still goes into these races. But, if you consider how much time it takes, even just to drive and commute to your local event, this is definitely a lot more accessible. So it's so great to see people kind of filling that competitive need and that having that kind of like community dynamic. It's just, I think it's really special.
Like Brendan was talking about earlier, this is also a great place to identify talent, where if you can't afford to get to all those races and you can't afford to travel and do that schedule, this is a great place to put the work in, get noticed by one of those teams that has the budget to travel you, and then they'll sign you and take you to a lot of those races. So I know there are a lot of team managers that watch races like this, eSports National Championships, eSports World Championships, and if they see a name that's doing good numbers that doesn't have a contract yet, it's worth a call and see if maybe they want to come out and guest ride for some races. So it's a kind of a cool path and opportunity for riders to get a chance to compete in the much more expensive in real life racing endeavor. This is a much cheaper approach to get into the sport and get noticed, right? You don't have to travel out to Colorado or go do an early seed, whatever it is, to try to get noticed.
Yeah, and like we're talking about, we're seeing that happening in real life on the World Tour. The women's team, Canyon SRAM, and I know on the men's side, I'm forgetting the team name, but there are 2 teams right now, both men and women's, that are kind of scouting riders based on their virtual riding and racing success. And so you're seeing real transference from this type of racing into real world racing. And so it's really interesting, and I think that we're just seeing the beginning of it.
We saw that with the Swift Academy program as well, where they're running a specific talent ID racing schedule program to try to reward riders with a World Tour ride on the other side of it. So it's another path, I guess, to becoming a pro cyclist. One of the hardest things in the world to do, but this makes it just, I guess, a little bit easier. This group still trying to sort out the separation. They're certainly not riding calmly among the group. Look at Mason Roca's power profile in the upper left corner. I mean, these guys are not the steady, smooth group that we saw earlier. Roca is in the middle right of the Vittoria Zoom camera. It looks like he's communicating with some teammates here. He's on the phone right now talking a little bit of strategy with some other riders here, I think. Or maybe he's just ordering a pizza for after the race. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he said, once I have about an hour of racing left, I'm going to get that pizza ordered and get it delivered. And I just saw Kevin Bouchard-Hall sipping out of a mug. So I don't know if this is what you were talking about last time, but I'm pretty sure he's still drinking coffee.
So wait, he has there's another shelf underneath his top shelf, and that's where he keeps the stainless steel carafe, to keep it heated. So yeah, if he runs out, watch for a refresh on the coffee cup.
Hilarious.
It takes secret drink mix to a new level, right? They call it Alan crazy when he was feeding everybody rice bars and secret drink mix, but maybe Kevin's onto something here as well.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time adopting the idea of drinking coffee while I'm riding. I love coffee about as much as anyone, but I can't fathom the idea of drinking it during an effort like this.
I'm with you. It's in your most intense time, a nice cup of coffee is not what I would reach for, but
No.
guess to each their own. Maybe that's part of the training. You train your stomach up drinking coffee, so when you get out onto the road, it makes, a drink mix seem much easier.
That would be an interesting strategy. I kind of hope that that's not what's going on, but maybe it is.
I think the dude just likes coffee, and black
think so,
coffee at
too.
that, because he didn't put any creamer in it when I saw him refresh it. So I think he's drinking it straight. Here goes
that
Bouchard
makes
Hall
it make a
again
little
into the
more
red
sense.
zone.
Maybe that coffee's finally kicking in. He has the
Yeah.
energy he needs to put some pressure on the front.
Bouchard Hall has certainly been the antagonist in this group so far today. It seems like the other 5 guys are happy to just sit in and chill. Roca was taking a phone call at one point there, and then Kevin Bouchard Hall said, all right, let's lift the tempo here. So I think Bouchard Hall is going to be the driver of this group. 3 next eSports riders in here, Griffin, Duffy, and Nair, all 3 trade team teammates. So I'm wondering if maybe Bouchard Hall is trying to get away from that. He's like, I got 3 next guys in this group. They're about to work me over here in the next 30 kilometers. So maybe he's just trying to get that split going early so that next eSport can't gang up on him.
Definitely, and I think like we were talking about earlier in the women's race with the kind of like letting Godby kind of dictate the pace. I think that people are really comfortable to let Bouchard Hall do the same, where they're saying, especially with these teammates, they're going to say, we're going to let you work and we're kind of just going to be there, but I don't think that they're quite ready to drive the pace just yet.
Now Roca taking a little look after bringing Bouchard Hall back. I think what Kevin is doing here is just sort of trying to weaken them, just testing the waters, body blows before you go for the final KO. Here goes Jim Rozic up next. Well, these guys very quickly went from just kind of riding as a group to viciously attacking each other. As now Jim Rozic, the latest rider to go into the red zone here. Bouchard Hall going to counter it. This is how you do it right here. This is just good old-fashioned bike racing from Kevin Bouchard Hall. The counter attack over the top of Jim Rozic's attack. He's like, let's keep this going, keep the pressure on. Bouchard Hall wants to make this race as hard as he can right now. $29K to go. They will get the bell for one lap. All right, back with Jackie Godby on the front of our pro women's race. Godby increasing her lead to 2.9K off the front now. But again, Godby is just in training mode at this point, going solo. Ayala has also separated herself from Easler, 2.86 back for Ayala, and then 4K back for Easler. Snover, another 2K back in 4th spot, and then Lampel at 15K back into 5th position. So Jackie Godby, like you said, is into training mode here, Ellen, just getting ready for her upcoming eSports World Championships after she earns the Stars and Stripes jersey here. Meanwhile, pro men going back through the line, and they'll head out on their final lap of racing, really starting to heat up in that group. This group of what was 6 riders riding together now have been pretty much repeatedly attacking each other out of this group. Jim Rozic, the latest to go. Now things calming down again over on the men's side after a chaotic run to the top of the climb and back down. As they head out for one lap to go, everyone sort of settles back in here. Ellen, talk to me about watts per kilo. I mean, in terms of where these guys are in the range of watt per kilo, like in a long 4-hour road race, what would be your average, or like what would be a good watt per kilo to set? I'm just trying to get an idea of, you know, what the difference, like what a high watt per kilo ratio is.
That's such a good question. I don't really know. Watts per kilo is something that's like really prevalent in road racing that just doesn't really come across in mountain or cyclocross as much, which is a little bit more of my specialty. I can obviously explain what watts per kilogram is, but I don't know if I can really give a great estimate, for women, and especially with like men's watts per kilo. It's definitely a little bit out of my repertoire.
That's a good point. It is a weird roadie thing that really only the skinny tire crew sort of cares about the watts per kilo. You don't really get into that discussion a whole lot on the dirt side of thing, either in cross or mountain bike. So interesting. Even in track, we don't really talk about like measuring watts per kilo a lot in track. I mean, I know they measure it. Obviously, they measure that as a performance indicator, but you don't really hear riders talking about their watts per kilo on the track. So it's good insight.
Yeah, the only time it really comes up like in off-road racing is just kind of like if we happen to know, or if there's an easy way to measure it, kind of seeing it done here for us on screen. It can be a really nice equalizer. Obviously, that's why it's used, is to say like, a heavy rider, a rider at 200 pounds is going to easily be able to do 200 watts, but a rider that's just over 100 pounds is going to obviously struggle to do 200 watts as easily. So it's really saying this is how hard you can pedal for how much you weigh. And so it does kind of add a little bit more context for riders that are, that are at different varying weights. And so it comes up every now and then in off-road racing, but yeah, it's definitely something that's discussed a lot more in road racing and obviously done all the time in virtual racing.
What about TSS scores? Do you guys do TSS on the dirt, or is that mostly a roadie thing?
I think it's more individualistic. Like, I don't know if it's really about road racing versus mountain bike racing, or, on-road, off-road, whatever you want to call it. I think it just really depends on the rider themselves. Like, I personally don't use TSS at all, but I know a lot of riders who like live and die by it.
I ask because TSS was a recent update on RGT. They have it included in the upper right-hand corner of the gameplay screen. So you'll see riders get a TSS score at the end of their ride. I had to look it up. The training stress score is a way of measuring how much stress you put on the body from a ride. TSS is calculated using normalized power, intensity factor, and ride duration. So it helps to determine the sort of best combination of workouts and rest period for the riders. It's basically an indicator of telling you how hard your ride was, right? Bigger number, harder ride, smaller number, easier ride. That's the easiest way to explain it.
Yes, I think that puts it into pretty good context simplistically. I do something similar. I use kilojoules, which is the amount of work that you've done on a ride. It has to do with power times duration. And so I found it to be a slightly more understandable, kind of transferable way to measure that sort of training stress once again. But yeah, I've never really gotten super into TSS. But like I said, I have friends who'll tell me, oh my gosh, this week was 400 TSS or something like that. I'm like, I don't know what that means. I don't know if 400 TSS is even possible. So don't quote me on that. But yeah, it's definitely, kind of however you choose to measure your fatigue level, keeping track of how you feel and being in touch with your body to say, I'm really tired today or I feel really good today. That's what matters.
I measure mine based on what I buy at the gas station when I'm turning around to come back home. Like if it's a 2-bag gummy day or a 2 Snicker day or a 3 Snicker day, that's my training scale.
Absolutely. And I actually think, I know you're like maybe joking a little bit, it's a little tongue in cheek, but it really is like, that's a really great way to be in touch with like how hard you're working. I think it's easy to use this data like TSS or use these recovery scores and stuff like that to kind of tell you how you're feeling. But really it comes down to like, how am I actually feeling inside? How much food do I want to eat or do I need to eat to make today possible? And, how much sleep do I need to feel rested? That stuff is so much more important when you're really checking in with your body and not just saying like, oh, this device told me that I should be ready to perform today. It's like the device says one thing, but are you ready? Are you ready inside?
It's a slippery slope to get onto too, and there's so much data available to you. It's like, well, the computer's telling me I'm ready, so I'm ready because all the numbers are there. But that's a great lesson for young riders. Listen to yourself first, and the numbers are just a tool. They're just one of the many tools that you can use to improve, but it is not the end-all be-all.
No, definitely not. And sometimes the tools can substantiate it, and sometimes they can be a great way to broach a subject with your coach if maybe you're having a hard time bringing up your fatigue level and kind of saying that maybe I need a little more rest. And sometimes I use the tools to kind of triangulate what I'm feeling. So we've always talked about heart rate, power, and perceived exertion, and you triangulate that. So if one of those is kind of the oddball out during that day, then like you really need to hone in on that and say like, my heart rate is low, or whatever. We don't need to get into it too much, but yeah, definitely like kind of considering all of the factors and not just taking one thing as sort of the scripture.
This would be a great discussion for Erin Ayala in second place in our pro women's race because she is a sports psychologist at Premier Sports Psychology. So Dr. Ayala would know a little something about what we're talking about here. She is probably applying some of that right now, stuck in the gap behind Jackie Godby in second spot as our men still try to figure out what they're going to do about this group on the front. They are looking at about 20K of racing to go and about 25K of racing remaining over on our women's side. Let's take one last break here from the live action, and when we come back, our elite women and elite men are on the way into the finish.
John Morant has, that's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Welcome back. USA Cycling eSports National Championships underway with a full day of racing here on the virtual Iron Horse Classic course, based off the in real life course in Durango, Colorado. Wrapping up our Masters racing earlier today, our elite riders out on course right now, and then junior riders getting ready to take to the course at 1:30 Eastern time this afternoon, just a few minutes from now. So they're going to be lining up on the start line, recognizing some of our earlier category winners, starting with the men's side. The 35-39 age category won solo by Scott Catanzaro from the Next eSport, presented by Insured Team. We also saw Jaden Yeager taking a national championship in the 40-44 age category for the Restart Racing. Then it was Brian Kellison in the 45-49 age group. Scott Shaw won in the men's 50-54 age category, and then Richard Keller in the 55-59 age group, with Randy Warren from the Downtown Asheville Racing Club winning the men's 60-64 age category. So again, just doing the Masters categories this morning. We're going to have our junior women's and junior men's categories later this afternoon. They should be starting actually in about 8 minutes from now. And then on the women's side, we saw Stephanie Sidlick solo in that women's 35-39 age category. Allison Chauvin just behind her, winning the 40-44s. Big congrats to Rhea McMahon from the I Am, I Can, I Will, I Do racing team, the national championship in the 45-49 age category. Then Taya Freistadt in the 50-54 group. Andy Smith winning the 55-59. And then Elaine Montoya and Margaret Thompson rounding out our national championships in the Masters category. So congratulations to all of our new national champions. And I say all of our new national champions because they're all new national champions, with our very first eSports National Championship being awarded. So you can say you made history to all of our category winners out there today. Great job, and way to get out there and get after it on a Sunday afternoon. All right, so Ellen, back out to our elite women on the left side of the screen, elite men on the right side of the screen. Jackie Godby continuing to put on her clinic at the front of her race, as the men's group still trying to figure out what to do about that split of 6 riders in this group. They have not been able to drop anybody out of the group yet, but you got to remember, 3 of them are teammates on that Next eSport team. So 2 very different races unfolding in front of us right now, but I kind of like this because I love seeing the dominant performance of Jackie Godby. It's always a pleasure to watch a master do what they do best, but some good racing over on the men's side as well, keeping it tight.
Absolutely, yeah, it is quite a treat kind of having that back and forth, having this dynamic.
Godby is a competitor through and through. A lot of the races that she does where she knows she'll be able to crush, the field, she'll be able to win by a couple kilometers, she'll actually wait and kind of ride with a group to make it more interesting, to give those other riders a chance and create some more interesting dynamics in the racing. But all that goes away when you're racing for a national championship. This is not the place to make friends when you're racing for the Stars and Stripes jersey, and same thing at the World Championship. So when it's go time for Godby, there is no nice Jackie Godby. She is a competitor through and through. You can even see, focusing on the screen right now, I mean, look at the focus on Jackie Godby. If I had a 3.6 kilometer lead in a bike race, that is not what I would be looking at. I'd be off staring in the trees and looking at the animals around the course.
I think once you start to lose that focus, though, it's so hard to get it back. So I think you have to stay focused, or else, next thing you know, you're looking at the corner of your room that you want to clean or something like that. So I think eyes forward might be the most effective position.
2.6K back to Ayala, and then Easler at 4.4K back. So these are really all solo efforts in this group. Patel back into 6th spot, and then that's one of our camera bots down in 7th. So if you're wondering why you see a British flag in the U.S. National Championships, that is because that is our camera bot based in the UK with ZMS live stream. Damon Bates providing all of our camera angles for the live coverage out there today. And Damon coming to us via the UK, so that's why you see the British flags on course. Aaron Ayala down in the home gym. Ayala got a new training desk for Valentine's Day. That was her gift from the significant other. Built her a custom training desk down in her pain cave so she could be more efficient on the bike. That's love. And Easler still in the pain cave here as well.
Isla is one of the riders I was saying looks as though she's riding outdoors, just on a on a freewheel bicycle, watching her hair kind of flapping in the wind with so much of a breeze from her fan and possibly an open window that it just looks as though she's riding down the street without a care in the world. But that's just how much it takes to keep yourself cool during an effort like this.
A lot of riders with the headphones in as well. A little bit of music helps. That's you don't get to fully get in the zone when you're out riding on the road. You obviously have to keep your ears open for traffic and other riders and things like that. But when you get onto these trainers, I guess you could pretty much just lock in, crank up your favorite tunes, kind of zone out a little bit, and get to work. Any pre-race favorite tunes for you, Ellen? We know Ashton Lambie was cranking Dexy's Midnight Runners. Did you have a go-to pre-race song?
I went through a lot of phases, so I never had one that really stood out. But oh my gosh, yeah, I have some songs right now. I'm very into Chiquitita by ABBA. I'm not racing right now, but it's definitely, if I needed a pump-up song before a race, it would be that one.
I like it.
I think Ashton should try it out. I feel like it kind of fits that same format as Come On Eileen.
We'll put together a little playlist for some retro music for virtual racing here.
Retro music for the racing of the future.
That's right. A little bit of action in the men's race over on the right side of the screen. Duffy and Bouchard Hall have separated themselves from the group. Got about 100 meters up the road here over Jim Rozick, Nair, Roca, and Griffin. So this was a big move, and Duffy got away. More importantly, they got away from all of the next eSports riders. So that's the good news for both of these guys, is that they are no longer outnumbered by those neon green jerseys of Next eSports. So looking good for Bouchard Hall and Duffy here. Duffy registered as a Next rider. You know what? He is a Next eSports rider. I did not see the green on his sleeve. I thought he was wearing the black kit that he's wearing here. So it is a Next rider with Bouchard Hall here, but only one. So that's good.
That's good news for Bouchard Hall as well, because that's going to mean that more than likely the teammates of Duffy are not going to be chasing and trying to bring back this gap. So it takes his odds from 1 out of 6 to 1 out of 2.
You see Duffy out of the saddle. This is why you have to bolt your trainer to the floor. Look at this guy. He's going to break those handlebars. Duffy hardly has any play on that bike underneath him. Some riders prefer, they have like a rocker board or some, tennis balls or something that gives them a little movement, but Duffy looks like he's riding a Peloton down there.
It does. I mean, it's almost as if someone's standing on the trainer themselves. Maybe that's what Kevin Bouchard Hall was doing prior to getting his concrete bags, was having someone stand on each leg and hold it down for these efforts.
All right, so as these guys finishing up their race, our junior riders have just started off of the line. So we have junior women and junior men's races out on course in 2 separate virtual worlds. So we'll keep our eye on the junior races as well. Again, different age categories here from 11 to 16, and then there's a 17-18 category as well. And Looks like they combined the 11 to 16 fields in this one. A lot of times they'll do this to create bigger fields in the race, make the racing more interesting. So I think we're looking at combined 11 to 16-year-olds in the bottom right. And then this is going to be the 17-18 men's category on the left. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. 17-18 junior men on the bottom left. A lot of these 17-18 junior women are racing in the elite races, and so no 17-18s in the junior category, so that's why they combine the 11 to 16s in the gameplay on the bottom right. So 11 to 16 boys and girls in the bottom right corner, and then 17-18 junior boys in the bottom left with our elite women in the upper left and elite men in the upper right. 4 different races going on in 4 different virtual worlds. This is kind of confusing because they're all racing on the same course. They're using the same course profile, but they are in 4 different virtual servers, I guess. So they're all on the same course, but it's not the same course, if that makes sense.
So they won't have any overlap no matter how hard any of these riders go. They're
Correct.
not going to be able to catch up with any of the other fields.
Correct. The 4 groups that you see on your screen here will never interact because they're all in different virtual worlds. They're in different Durangos.
So much to learn, so much to keep up on. But imagine developing it. I mean, if we think it's challenging to understand it, imagine being the person that built these worlds.
I do want to give some credit to RGT. They recently completed adding paracyclists to this game. You talk about how hard it is to add things and do the graphics and all that stuff. One focus that RGT really put in was adding paracyclist avatars. So they have hand cycling and paracycling avatars so that paracyclists get a chance to ride and kind of see themselves out on course. I thought that was a really cool thing that RGT implemented.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, really just over the last few months, really, it rolled out. But it was really cool to see that representation in the game here on RGT. This is what they look like. And, yeah, it's been really awesome hosting some of these races with, we've been working with the Paralyzed Veterans of America and some of the para racing teams here in the United States and around the world to provide more opportunities for those riders. So good on you, RGT. Way to create more opportunities for more riders.
Super cool. I would love to see how these bikes are able to be connected to the trainers as well, or how these riders are able to work out indoors. So if anyone has any info on that, I would love to see it. I think it's so cool to see this stuff popping up in the virtual worlds as well.
Yeah, they worked really hard on the design of that, but also the aerodynamics. They had to put riders into the wind tunnel to make sure that the aerodynamics were accurate as it would be in real life. Obviously, the lower profile has a lower aerodynamic impact, and so, yeah, it's all perfectly accurate with the bikes. It's really incredible, the amount of work that went into designing those characters.
So cool. There is so much to think about, so much more than we think about, you know, whether it's commentating or using these platforms. You know, there's so many details that go into creating these platforms and creating that user experience. Yeah, there's so much to be excited about and so much to nerd out about.
I'm so thankful for all of the incredibly smart people in this world that allow us to connect from across the country and watch people racing their bikes on the internet, because without them, we'd be in trouble, let's say. All right, taking a look at our pro men on the right side, pro women on the left side. Again, looks like these two still together at 12K to go. Godby at 17K to go. Just about to get to the top of the hill, and our pro men are now working their way off of that climb. Gap going up for these two. Bouchard Hall and Duffy opened up what was, for a long time, only 100 meters. They've now gone up over 300 meters with Roca, Jamrazik, Nair, and Griffin trying to chase. Actually, it looks like Griffin is out of this. So that's down to 5 riders in the group, with Griffin going a K back, just ahead of Ashton Lambie in 7th. So if you can drop Ashton Lambie out of this group, that tells you how hard the virtual racing is over here on the elite men's side, because they've just gotten rid of a world record holder out of the group. that's a little unfair to Ashton because this is such a different world, racing in the virtual racing world. I mean, it's an entirely different effort. It's an entirely different game. It's an entirely different style of racing. So, I don't blame Ashton for not, let's say not winning the race coming in as a relatively new virtual racer on RGT. So there's a huge learning curve associated with it. You could put the best bike racer in the world on these virtual platforms, and a lot of riders did. I know there are a lot of riders early on in the pandemic or virtual racing era, let's call it, where they were like, there's no way. I'm a professional cyclist, and I'm ending up in like 18th place in these community league races. But it's not about strength. It's about how you play the game, and that's a big part of this.
Yes, I had that experience as well. I, like everyone else, hopped on Zwift at the beginning of the pandemic and decided to do some races, and I was literally getting like shelled out of the B races and was recommended to join the C category. And I was like, the C category is for beginners. I'm not a beginner. But yeah, there's so much to learn. And especially the more I learn about this RGT platform, the more I realize that, someone like Ashton who could be hopping on here for the first time or one of the first times, there's so many little nuances that if you don't know about them, you're just wasting a lot of energy.
One of the other cool things that we get in virtual racing is we get to see on the finish results the riders' average watts per kilo, and so it averages out for their total ride the watt per kilo number that they did. And it's interesting to see who the most efficient riders in the group were. A lot of times the rider who wins the race doesn't have the highest wattage per kilo or weight strength to weight ratio because they were riding smart. They won by drafting off of other riders, conserving their energy, being smart. And so you would think the bigger number would win the race, but because they're more efficient with their wattage, it's actually the more efficient number that oftentimes ends up winning these races.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not what you have, but it's what you do with it in these races. And that's true for all types of racing. But, even with virtual racing, it's kind of deciding like when and where you're going to use your matches. And, we all enter these races with a finite match book. And so it's really just being, smart with it and being experienced. I think that's where you start to see these older, more experienced racers, really start to push towards the front.
All right, getting down to it here with our elite men. Duffy and Bouchard Hall have now been joined by Mason Roca and the group. Nair, Jim Rosick, all coming back into the fold here. So hit the reset button on that two-rider chase as they have successfully brought those two back. And now they got to make the decision. Do we sit in? Do we try and go again? Do we wait for the counterattack? This is tense times over in the men's race here under 9K to go.
Looks like Kevin Bouchard Hall is quick to go back to the front. This is definitely not how I expected this race to go at all. I really thought that those two off the front kind of, meant trouble, but it's definitely exciting and, sort of unpredictable to see these riders back, all five of them kind of jockeying for position once again.
Yeah, I think the problem for those two guys off the front is the chasers were cooperating. They all got on the same page and they were all working together to bring it back. And so it worked. They were able to combine their efforts to chase down the two leaders. So back together, but we are down to 5. It was 6 at one point. Again, Griffin has been dropped out of the group. Bouchard Hall trying to go again. This guy really doesn't want to sprint today.
No, and you can tell that, knowing his physiology and kind of his racing style, if you will, we can kind of extrapolate that he doesn't want to sprint, but also based on how hard he is working to get away from this group right now with only 8K to go, says that he really does not want to take 4 other riders to the line.
And it looks like he's willing to go all in on that hope. He's not really leaving a plan B open to try to sprint. He's put in some big efforts to try to cause these splits today, and I don't know if he's going to have much left if this does come down to a field sprint out of the group. So he's playing his hands, and he's making a strong play on those cards.
this is a very tough position for Kevin Bouchard-Hall to be in, because I think he's a rider that probably does excel a little more on the climbs than the flats, as we're seeing kind of based on his strategy, the fact that he was in a two-person break going over the top of that climb. And so now he's very quickly running out of places, to get that advantage. Now the more sprinty riders are going to be coming into sort of their preferred part of the course. So they're quickly running out of real estate, or, any rider that doesn't want it to come down to a sprint is quickly running out of real estate to get away.
You might have already missed the window at this point. Down to 7 kilometers of racing to go. Yeah, with this many riders this close to the line, I think pretty much any move is going to be heavily marked at this point trying to get away. So we may see these guys just hit reset and kind of cruise into the line before they start to pick it up. I am noticing the overall wattage and speed starting to drop just a little bit for these guys. A relatively low 38K an hour for the group. You see Bouchard-Hall coasting a little bit. Just getting ready for this last kick into the line. This happens a lot, the kind of waiting games. You start to kind of look around. It's a standoff situation, right? Who's going to be the first to go? Waiting to see who the first to jump out of that group is. You don't want to be the first. You want to be like the second or third. That's the best position to be in. I guess the problem is that these guys are all trying to be second and third. Everyone's trying to do the same thing.
Exactly, and that's where you start to get into this cat and mouse where everyone's just looking at each other, and it's hard because you don't want to be first, but you also don't want to be kind of, like off the back on that back foot. So you have to be so aware of what's going on around you and just kind of ready to jump at any second. It's always so tough to do in, real life racing, but I also think I would dare to say that it's even more challenging to time this correctly in virtual racing.
Yeah, you spent your whole life learning, the distance out on the road. You know what that feels like. You really get a good feel for what the last K of a bike race feels like in real life, but you got to relearn that on the virtual platforms here. Bouchard-Hall into the red zone, and everybody going red to respond to him. Here goes Zach Nair trying to go over the top for the next eSport team, putting Jim Rozic in a little bit of trouble back in 5th as he tries to chase back on, gets back into the draft. And the easy riding part is over. At 6K to go, they start attacking each other. Bouchard-Hall getting caught at the back here. This is what you were talking about. You don't want to get caught on the back foot. This is not the place to be playing defense right now, especially for a rider like Kevin Bouchard-Hall, who really likes to be in control, right? It's pretty clear that he likes to make his own plan. He's not a follower in these scenarios, and so Bouchard-Hall is going to be eager to get off the back of this group, partially just to be able to respond to any move. Like if Roca goes right here, Bouchard-Hall needs to make sure that he's in position to respond to that move that may go.
He is, yeah, and especially Bouchard-Hall, a rider that I'm sort of, kind of guessing doesn't have those, super high speed accelerations, is a little bit more of a steady, steady sustained rider. I think that being on the back for him is going to be a disadvantage. That's why we're seeing him on the front now, putting down a ton of power. He's, kind of hovering between, now he's going back down, but for a second, he was at capacity. He was in the pain zone. And so, yeah, I think a lot of different riders with a lot of different abilities right now in this group, and we're all seeing it come to the front with just 5K to go.
Back and forth, the attacks flying left and right out of this group. Little bit of a lull in the action here. Roca uses the chance to grab some water, wipe the sweat away. And I see more and more riders starting to get out of the saddle, starting to stand up here. You're looking for every watt you can get at this point, trying to eke anything you can out of those pedal strokes at 4.8K to go here.
Brad, we were talking about this earlier, but it is so challenging to kind of manage this type of racing virtually. You can obviously kind of keep an eye on who's going where and kind of what it all means when you're racing in the real world, but racing virtually, these riders are jockeying for position, sometimes unintentionally. But I think, we're seeing a pretty intentional attack coming from Kevin Bouchard-Hall once again with just over 4K to go. But, sometimes these riders do just kind of lurch in front of one another because they stand up to readjust or something like that. So it's so hard to tell when someone means business when they're passing you in the virtual world.
Absolutely, and that's what it goes back to the different camera views we were talking about earlier. You can't respond to every avatar that passes you, but you also have to know when they're launching an attack like this from Mason Roca, or if they're just getting to the front, just moving positions. So you're absolutely right. I know on the road, a lot of times riders will talk about listening behind them for the gear changing or looking for the shadow coming up behind you, because you don't want to get caught off guard. That's the worst case scenario, but I guess that's one of the advantages of the virtual world. You can see it coming from behind you.
You can, yeah. I think it's the advantage and the disadvantage. You can see it coming, but then also it's so hard to tell, especially without that body language and without that shifting. It's really, it's like, what's their intention with this attack?
Nair back up to the front with Bouchard Hall. A little bit of a descent here. They have about a 2% gradient on the way down. Jim Rosick going to use the opportunity to get back in. 3.5K to go. Bouchard Hall back into the red here. Oi, oi, oi. This guy not letting up, certainly not making any friends in this group of 5 riders, because he's putting everybody on the back foot into the red zone now at way farther out than they would have wanted. If you're at 3K out and you're already into the red zone, you are starting to reevaluate how much is left in the gas tank at this point. Ellen, there's really not much you can do in this scenario. When riders start attacking and you're on the back foot, you just try and follow those moves, or like, do you want to get out in front of that rider? Do you try and establish dominance in a scenario like this, or do you just let that rider keep throwing attacks and just keep responding to it?
I think that it would be really good if someone were able to kind of latch on to Bouchard Hall's wheel. I think that's a little bit easier in real world racing than it is in virtual racing, but definitely you just kind of, I think for me, I would just kind of want to be along for the ride, especially with 2K to go. I'm a rider that would do much better, you know, inside of 1K. But yeah, when you're coming down to a finish like this, it's mostly just trying to hang on for dear life and take that free ride if you can get it.
Talk to me about strategy. If you have a teammate in a scenario like this, let's say there's 5 riders going to the line and 2 of you are teammates. How do you use a teammate? And I'm thinking about Duffy and Nair in this group, the 2 next eSports teammates. I mean, what is the advantage to having a teammate in a scenario like this?
You know, it's going to depend on kind of like what stakes the team is putting on this event. But, you know, like let's say that these riders are intending to work together. If someone like Bouchard Hall goes up the road and has a small attack, it means that only one of you really needs to go across and close it, so that you're going to be going to the line with Bouchard Hall. And so it kind of like lets the other riders sort of sit back and hope that it comes together. But in the event that the race doesn't come back together, it means that you're guaranteed to have a rider going to the line with the leader.
And I'm wondering if that protected rider might be Nair today, because remember, Duffy was in that breakaway with Kevin Bouchard Hall earlier. There was a point where it was only 2 riders away, and Nair hung back in the group, but now he's riding really strong on the front as they go back into the red zone here. Jim Rosick getting dropped out of the group next as Mason Roca heads up the road.
Yeah, I'd have to say we haven't seen a ton from Nair so far in this race, so it's definitely possible that he's being protected, especially seeing him so far up with just over a K to go. But this is a huge attack from Roca.
Wow, Roca opened up a massive 65-meter gap here, heading into 1 kilometer to go. Onto the flag for him, and now Duffy, Nair, and Bouchard Hall trying to figure out what to do about him up the road. Nair doing the work. Bouchard Hall and Duffy happy to sit on. 70 meters up to Roca. Did they make the mistake of letting this guy go at a kilometer on his way to a national championship? After Bouchard Hall attacks all day, I think all the eyes were on Kevin, and Roca slipped away, catching the other riders off guard, and nobody was sure who was in charge at 400 meters. Roca now over 100 meters up the road. Gone for Mason Roca.
Incredible. That was such a perfectly timed move to be able to sneak away, like we were talking about, catching those riders on the back foot. No one was able to respond. I don't even think anyone knew that they needed to respond, and now he's going to handedly take this national title.
Well, as the field watches Kevin Bouchard-Hall waiting for the attack, Mason Roca hits out at 1K to go and holds on for a national championship. Looks like Bouchard-Hall going to slip in for second. A solid ride for the silver. And then Brian Duffy will take third place, a bronze medal on the day. But there is a cracked Mason Roca on your screen right now, your new Elite Men's eSport National Champion.
What an effort that was. You can see it all over his face that he is just exhausted. He gave everything he had after such a challenging last several kilometers. That was just a phenomenal race. We can see the big smile as I think it starts to sink in.
And this thing really fell apart. Jim Rozic back into fifth. Nair into fourth. This will be Ashton Lambie finishing up into sixth. Lambie left the group behind him. He's got Payne Griffin right on his wheel, about 25 meters back. So Lambie trying to hold off Griffin here. But again, this is right in Ashton Lambie's wheelhouse, so I think he should be fine trying to hold off Payne on the way in. So Lambie going to be good for sixth place coming across the line here. And looks like Payne Griffin will hold on behind him in seventh. Eric Hill saw doing some early attacking in the first guys jumping off. And then coming back. But here's Lambie in for sixth, the top 10 ride for Ashton today, and an honor to have him competing here in the first eSports National Championships. Payne Griffin good for seventh on the day. Looks like Gross going to be good behind him in eighth. A little bit of a battle in 9, 10, and 11 between Hill, Brune, and Cooper. In fact, those places may even be switching here in the last couple kilometers. So a little bit of a sprint to the line. In the meantime, let's see if we can grab a word with our race winner, Mason Roca, over in the Vittoria Zoom room with Emma Watson.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here in the SIS Zoom room with this year's Elite Men's National Champion, Mason Roca. Mason, how does this win feel?
It feels amazing. I'm exhausted, but I thought I was dead several times in that race, and just kind of hung on for dear life, and was able to be in the mix at the end, which was my goal. And the steep downhill before the finish line was kind of what I was aiming for. And I was able to hold them off.
3 laps in this course, including in a major uphill battle at the beginning of the course. What was your strategy going into this race?
Well, I'd done this race, the same race in the Echelon League, with a lot of the same riders, Kevin, Zach, and I knew my weak spot was going to be the climb. So the goal was really just to kind of hang on as long as I could on the climbs, and then try and bring it back on that sort of long descent and the flat afterwards, and try and recover to be ready for the next climb. The first climb was kind of a slow pace, which helped me. Second one, they kind of lit it up, but I was able to close it. And then third one, same situation. And then I was able to be in the mix at the end, which is what I was hoping for.
Speaking about that ending, what was your decision like to decide to go right at the 1K and spread yourself out from the rest of the competition?
Well, I've got a pretty good 1 minute power. And I kind of reconned the race and saw there was that last little bump right before the descent. And so that was about a mile out. But I thought I could maybe, if I could get a gap, could recover a little bit on the descent, and then sort of light it up once it flattened out. And it worked. I was able to get a little bit of a gap on the descent, and then hold that gap on the descent. I was able to recover. Those guys were working hard on the descent. And so then when I hit it up, I had a little bit of a fresher legs and was able to kind of hold them off.
Last question for you before I let you go. Great win. How are you going to celebrate?
Well, we got a little break from school next week, and so taking the whole family to Disney World. So here we come.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mason, and congratulations. Brad, back to you.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Emma. He's going to Disney World. What a better way to celebrate a big win than taking the family to Disney World with your new national championship jersey. Mason Roca wins. We were talking earlier about the efficiency, the watts per kilo. Sure enough, look at this. Roca doing 3.2 watts per kilo. Bouchard Hall at 3.9. Brian Duffy at 4.4. And Zach Nair at 3.94. So once again, efficiency pays off for Mason Roca.
Incredible to see that whole comparison out here with Mason Roca having probably hands down the lowest, by far the lowest watts per kilo compared to some of the riders into 4.0. Really goes to show that it's just all about how you use that power and using it so effectively. So really great race by Mason Roca, and really cool to see it all come down to the watts per kilo.
Brian Duffy ends up third, Zach Nair in fourth, Jim Rozick, Lambie, Griffin, Gross, Corrigan, and Brune rounding out the top five. A close one out there or top 10, I should say, but close one in second, third, and fourth. You see all those guys within just a few seconds of each other, right around an average of 4 watts per kilo. So congratulations to Mason Roca, our latest national champion here at the eSports National Championships. It looks like we're about to have another one crowned with Jackie Godby inside her final 1.2K to the line here in our elite women's race. Again, Godby just putting on a master class out there today. You heard Roca talking about the preparation, looking at the course, pre-riding the course, understanding what was coming up. Obviously a big advantage for him when it came down to sprint time. Jackie Godby had a different approach. She just decided to open up a 5-kilometer gap so that she didn't have to worry about what was on the course, although this is a course that she knows well, having raced it before in the Echelon Racing League alongside Mason Roca. So she has been to this virtual Iron Horse course before and probably did some refreshers on it before the national championships today as well. So Godby in her last 600 meters before she'll pick up another jersey to add to her collection. I have to imagine she's already got a spot picked out to hang it in the pain cave here. She can replace the world champions or world's team jersey with maybe her national champions jersey. And I love this. 5K ahead and still gets out of the saddle for the last 250 meters. Any other rider would have looked at this and said, my job's done. I'm about to win the national championship. I can relax. Godby's in the red zone here, putting in 500 watts on the way into the line.
She is, and her heart rate at 175 beats, that's pretty high. I mean, this is a huge effort for her to finish on. Just have to win by every meter counts, I guess.
Love it. Maybe one of my favorite things about, I'm going to say you bike racers, but when you finish a race, biggest race of your life, biggest win of your career, and first thing you do is stop the Garmin, right? Or hit your watch and make sure you stop the workout so that it registers in whatever training program you use.
Yeah, not me. That's always been a big thing is, you know what, my coach can deal with it. I can deal with it later. I'm going to soak in this moment. But yeah, it's definitely really, really common. People love to make sure that they have that lap perfected.
I'm always amazed. I always think that's one of the biggest moments of your career, winning a huge race or coming across the line at a national championship or world championship, but still find the time to stop the Garmin. So
yeah. I always notice that. Always makes me laugh.
Erin Ayala going to be in next for the Velocity Vixen racing team, just under 5K remaining for her, and then Megan Easler will be a little bit further back. Looks like Easler going to be good for a bronze medal in our women's category. So there's Easler for the Project Echelon racing team, about to finish up her last 6.5 kilometers. right, so as Ayala and Easler work their way in, this should stay in that order. I don't think we're going to see much change at the front of the elite races. Here is the junior races, 17, 18 men on the left side, and then a combined 11 to 16-year-old junior men's and women's field on the right side. Looks like Beck has opened up a little bit of gap in the men's race in the 11 to 16-year-old group, and then 17, 18 junior men all locked together with this front group of 5 riders on the left-hand side of your screen. I see 2 Collins in the 17-18 group, wondering if those are brothers racing together. Always fun when you know at least one other competitor out there in the group. That also brings up the question that we had with Jackie Godby. Where do you ride? I mean, do you share the positions? Does one person get relegated to the basement? Does one person have to ride in the kitchen? And does mom have to decide who goes
trainers.
where?
Yeah.
Oh, right. $10K to go for the 11 to 16 group with Beck over on the right side. Nice 230, 240 meter gap over Boyer. Meanwhile, Collins opening up a little bit of time on the left side of the group. These 17-18s all over the place. A lot of back and forth over in this group.
I can confirm that we have the 2 Collins are related.
Okay. Well, bravo to the Collins parents. Having one kid in the house be a bike racer is tough. I can only imagine how tough it is having brothers racing together. I wonder if they train together. I wonder if they're training partners or if they like to have their space when they're out training.
That's a good question.
We've had a few groups. I'm trying to think of other siblings that we've had come through, either brother-brother, sister-sister, or brother-sister duos, like Jesse and Crystal Anthony, I guess, raced together for a while. They sort of overlapped a little bit.
Yeah, I think of Curtis White and Emma White. I think a lot of Emma White's training was just trying to stick onto Curtis's wheel. Obviously, that worked out really well for her.
Go a little further back, the McCormick brothers, Mark and Frank.
I think there's a lot. I mean, all of the Gogans, all of the Keos.
Yeah.
We're not just talking about one sibling or another. We're talking about an entire family. We're talking about like generations of racing.
There was a point where I would start like a half dozen Keos on a start line. They would all be in the same 5-year age range category at one point. And yeah, same with the Gogans. The New England cycling scene is, I should say, very strong. They had some legacy families up there.
Yes, I think the legacy families are maybe diminishing a little bit now, but there was a time where, yeah, the family roots ran really deep, and I was fortunate to race on the Gogans team for a long time, so I was very involved in that sort of familial process of like, there are too many of you in a bike race to keep straight. Everyone had to be really dialed on their start line, on their start times, because mom and dad could not be saying, okay, my kid starts now. They're like, we're racing all day.
It's become self-sufficient when you have that many brothers out racing.
Yes.
Nora Williams climbing to the top of this one. At the front of our 11 to 16-year-old age category. Now, again, 11 to 16s riding combined are junior boys category wearing the blue jerseys, junior girls category wearing the red jerseys, and then our men's 17-18 race on the left side of the group. So two different groups racing, again, on the right side in the 11 to 16 age category. Meanwhile, 17-18 out for a nice little group ride. Looks like they're slotted in and looking pretty comfortable in this group of 5. So we'll keep our eye on that. Meanwhile, sounds like we have our new elite women's national champion, Jackie Godby, is over in the Vittoria Zoom room.
Thanks, Brad. I'm here with this year's elite women's national champion, Jackie Godby. Jackie, how does this win feel?
Really awesome and really sweaty. I am so tired right now. Iron Horse is just an absolutely brutal course. So, I'm just absolutely thrilled that, one, I was able to finish today, and two, that I was able to finish with a ride that I was really proud of.
Speaking about Iron Horse, you faced Iron Horse earlier on in the Echelon Racing League season. How was this race different than that race?
Well, first and foremost, this was really a time trial race. Earlier in the season, I was up against some riders who were a lot lighter, who were able to take that Iron Horse 8-minute hill a lot faster than me. So there was sort of this yo-yo effect where I was having to pull down on the downhills, really count on my weight to pull me, back up and catch up on that long second time trial segment. Today, I really didn't have that sort of catch-up mentality. So there was a lot more just thinking about the pace, thinking about what I needed to finish, this 2 hour, 15-minute race. And, I was watching my watch the entire way, and I could not take that third hill as fast as the first. Like, this was definitely an endurance race today.
Speaking of that, you got out to a far lead early, so it was like a time trial. How do you keep up that mentality? How do you keep going when you know that there's no immediate competition around you?
I know that the faster I go, the faster I get to finish, and the faster I get to my chocolate at the end. It's the same mindset I had when I was swimming back in college. You get in there and you're like, I have to finish this race. I'm not stopping right now. But the faster I go, the faster I get it over with, the faster I'm done. And then there's that brownie, that chocolate, that milkshake, whatever treat I have for myself waiting at the end. So,
speaking of chocolate, what treat do you have for yourself at the end?
Today I have Ghirardelli, the good stuff. So I will be enjoying that once we're done here today.
Awesome. Congratulations, Jackie. Enjoy your win. Brad, back to you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Emma. Congratulations, Jackie. Ghirardelli for the win today. Well deserved. A little luxury chocolate on tap for Jackie. We got to get Jackie a chocolate sponsor. So anyone out there with a chocolate bar company, I have a great athlete that I think would be an exceptional ambassador to your chocolate brand. So just let me know. I do charge a finder's fee. I want 20% of however much chocolate Jackie gets. But I'm more than happy to set it up. So let me know. Ella, what was your coolest sponsorship that you've ever had? You've had a lot of sponsors over your years as a pro cyclist. Like, what was the coolest product or free thing you ever got?
Oh, it's so hard to say, but I think maybe one of the most novel was working with Pete and Jerry's organic eggs, because, I mean, who doesn't eat eggs? Like, we ate like kings for years. Just so many of the best eggs I've ever had in my life. They're just like buttery and rich and delicious. And so being able to just always have free eggs on hand, it kind of makes you feel like, like you're at Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, especially because I'm a huge egg person. So that was definitely one of my favorites.
You actually owe me some money because I tried Pete and Jerry's eggs because you were so on them, and got my girlfriend hooked, and now we're at Pete and Jerry's house. So my egg budget went through the roof thanks to you.
I know it's kind of like the blessing and the curse, because they really, like, once you try them, you really cannot go back to just eating like the cheap eggs at the store. You just get used to this life of luxury.
Yep. What a time to be alive, having that many choices of eggs at our local grocery store, but that's one of the joys, one of the few joys of existing here in 2022.
I couldn't agree more.
At least we have a good egg selection. Sebastian Beck at the front of the 11 to 16 men's category here. As you see Beck, looks like out in the garage, trying to stay cool. Beck built a nice lead over Boyer in second. And staying in the red zone here. Meanwhile, Reclu leading the women's category in 11-16 age group. And then our 17-18 men on the left side of your screen, seeing a little bit of separation. Looks like Gilson taking a little look off the front here.
This 11 to 16 category is a super tough category to be in. Looking at the start list today, we have riders ranging from 12 years old all the way up to 16. And, you know, any of us that are watching today have been through that developmental age where you go from being, you know, either like late elementary, early middle school, all the way up to high school. You know, there's so much that changes in your perception of racing and your training and your physiology that it's definitely, I'm feeling for the younger riders today, especially the 11, 12, 13-year-olds that are out there competing against these, you know, these young adults.
Yeah, junior age categories are so hard because, like you said, the development is so different. This rider has like a lighting system going. Beck, the lights just went off and then back on. He's like in the club up here riding.
That's sure to keep the energy high.
This is Jacob Gilson in his pain cave. Seen a few riders that will like sync their lights up to the music that they're listening to. It's like a full-on light show while you're riding, keep you motivated. Kind of like a spin class, I guess, if you've ever been to one of those like trendy spin classes. And I'm sure you have them in Boulder. I was going to say in New York or LA, but I'm sure they've made it out to Colorado by now.
You know, I've never done one. In Boulder, at least.
In Boulder. Corin Hendricks from the Quantum Racing Development Team, grabbing a gel here, staying fueled up. Nice to see he's got the nutrition figured out. Looks like a couple different sources of fuel. Maybe chew. See a lot of those energy chews really popular with virtual racing too. Maybe the shorter format. They're not as, you know, it's not about long sustained energy. You get sort of a shorter burst out of some of those caffeine and sugar heavy nutrition products.
Yeah, and sometimes just that texture of being able to chew is so much better than if you compare it to, you know, like the gel. Sometimes they're just so hard to stomach that having that little more viscous product can kind of make the difference.
Looks like Beck at the front of the 11 to 16-year-old age category, about to wrap up here inside his last 2.5 kilometers before getting to the line. And then we'll go pick up the front of our women's 11 to 16 race, as well as Reclu is trying to hold off Neal on her way in, about 6 kilometers back from here. So about 8K of racing to go at the front of our women's 11 to 16 category. So this is your leader, Sebastian Beck. I think I had this haircut when I was 16 years old as well. I think that's exactly what my head looked like.
So
Looking
much
good,
hair
Sebastian.
to navigate.
Yep. Braxton Boyer with the Elevate kit, looking good. I think he was trying to itch his nose without taking his hands off the bars because he is deep into this effort right now.
You can see his bike just rocking back and forth.
Yeah.
And whether that's intentional or just not secured by sandbags, it's hard to say, but definitely you can see that he is giving everything he has right now.
Aditya Yoshi up next. Looking good. See the fan blowing his jersey here, keeping him cool.
Looking quite a bit more composed than the last rider that we had on screen. But I don't think that that's always a great indicator of just how hard someone is going. Some people are just, like we talked about before, a little bit more theatrical.
Here's a look at Natalie Recklow, your current leader in the 11 to 16-year-old women's race. Recklow riding her way up to the front. Got the family portrait, the house plants. This is a good setup. I like this.
Natalie's one of the only riders we've seen so far that still has their rear wheel onto the trainer, which can be kind of challenging. It can definitely make for a slightly harder effort out there. So major kudos to her for kind of pushing through, that little bit of added resistance.
Here's Siobhan Arts up next, looking good. Siobhan sitting in third spot in the 11 to 16 age category.
It looks like she is on a bike like a Peloton, or at least a stationary riding bike. It's hard to say exactly what it is, but it's really fun to see this more unique setup for some of these younger riders.
I think this might be the, I think this is one of the Wahoo specific bikes, maybe. I think it is a training specific virtual bike. Those are fans set up on either side of the screen. You see those two black circles. Those are mini fans to blow on the riders, and then they have a, sort of an interface in between as well. So, yeah, that is super cool.
That is really, really cool.
Got the bottle cage down in front, easy reach. You don't have to worry about that top tube getting in the way. I got to get me one of these. Meanwhile, Beck rolling through the line, wrapping up his national championship. Nice pickup for Sebastian from the GHCF squad. Your junior men's 11 to 16 winner. And then onto the cool down. Cold glass of water. Turn the fan off. Have
That's a truly industrial fan.
Yeah, that was not messing around. Look at Braxton Boyer. Way to go, Braxton. This is how you finish a bike race right here. This guy burying himself.
Great job, Braxton.
And man, Braxton was done. He's like, I'm out of here. When you're done in virtual racing.
We're gonna need proof. We're gonna need a wellness check on Braxton. Make sure he's still able to stand up. There we go.
Yep, there he is. Yep. I think Braxton might have just lightened his load a little bit after an effort like that. Oh, Braxton, I know that feeling, my friend. Ellen, did you have a favorite post-race? Did you have the Swan? You ever ask the Soigneur to have something for you after the race? Is there something that you like to get into immediately following the conclusion?
Oh yeah, I always had dark chocolate almond milk protein shake. That was like my favorite thing. It was so easy to get down. It would just like settle my stomach. It was sweet. It was delicious. And then after that, I'd usually have like rice and eggs with rice vinegar. Was one of my favorites.
Adita back on course. So I think this is going to be a bronze medal for Adita Yoshi, third place in the junior boys 11 to 16 category. Our 17-18s still with about 20K to go. So let's stay with the younger kids here, call these kids in, and then we'll go back over and catch the end of that 17-18 junior men's race. Indoor racing, great opportunity for these riders to build the training blocks, the sort of building blocks to becoming a pro cyclist, where you learn just the basic things about, like we talked about, modulating power or what your ideal cadence is, things like that. There's a lot that you can learn by just putting in the time on the trainer, because so much of it is just learned from, doing 1,000 pedal strokes or just getting that time in the saddle. And so these kids getting some hours on the bikes.
Absolutely, yeah. And like we were talking about earlier with the accessibility of racing, a lot of these kids have, they're not able to get to a race every weekend, for any number of reasons. They're still able to get on the bike and they're able to get on the start line, whether it's virtually or not. And, also I think the freedom of just being able to ride whenever they want and not having to wait to, have an adult chaperone out on the road, and the parents can have that peace of mind that their kids are exercising, but they don't have to worry about kind of, whether or not they're on the bike path or not. I just think that there are so many advantages, and I think that this next generation of riders is really going to show sort of like that kind of maximizing that opportunity.
Cycling, not the cheapest sport to participate in, but you can save some money on travel and stuff like that. RGT also free to ride on, so you don't need a subscription to this platform. If the riders want to come take a look at some courses, they can ride on RGT for free. Makes it a little easier for more riders to get on the bike, whether it's virtual or in real life. Reklo at 4K out of the saddle, getting ready to finish up here.
Looking over her shoulder, she might be getting a little bit of input from maybe her parents or her coach, perhaps both.
I think so. Or maybe just an annoying little brother. You never know.
That's very, very possible.
I was going to say, this is also where you learn how to suffer, right? You learn how to dig deep. You learn how to sort of get into that mental place that you need to be when you get into bike racing. Here's a look at Hadley Neal from the Quantum Racing Development Squad. Looks like she's got a coach or soigneur or probably parent watching some racing here. I don't know if it would be good or bad to have your parents standing next to you while you're racing. On the good side, I remember being a kid and like you go to a school play and you want to see your parents when you're there, right? Or you're at the big game and you want to look for your parents out in the crowd. But once you get into the like 15, 16 age category, I think you want to spend less and less time with your parents at that age.
Yes, I mean, this was right around the age, that I started working with a coach that wasn't my dad, because I think I got to the point where I was like, Dad, stop. Like, I don't want you, to be coaching me when I'm on the trainer, when I'm doing a workout. And so, I think there is a point where you're like, oh my gosh, like, let me be. But I mean, obviously everyone has a different dynamic with their parents, but I think it's pretty common to not always want to be working with your parents as your coach.
Yeah. But God bless them. We wouldn't be here without those great parents that are there early in the morning, late at night, making the drive to the races, buying us bikes and kits and everything that it takes to be a bike racer. So while we're watching the junior races, yep, exactly. Where are my shoes? Mom and Dad probably have them. So big thank you to all the junior parents out there as well while we're watching some junior racing here.
Absolutely. Shout out to you all for making it possible.
These kids probably think the Wi-Fi just magically appears, pays for itself, right? There's no Comcast bill when you're 16. So thanks for keeping the internet on in the house, Mom and Dad. Siobhan looking at 4.4K remaining now on her way to a bronze medal in the 11 to 16 age category. And it looks like the parents coming out in force here for the last few kilometers of racing, as looks like Yoshi's dad showing up to cheer him on in the last 800 meters of racing.
Another incredibly steady power profile that we're seeing here from Yoshi, as he's just standing up and kind of putting a little extra power on the pedals. Super steady, composed rider. Very impressive to see.
Hang in there, Aditya. You are 600 meters away from the line, my friend. And this kid going to get a lot better, I think, as the years go on. Always good to get an early start on the training here for Aditya Yoshi, as he rides in for a national championship medal here in the eSports National Championships. I think he'll be glad to be done with this one. Last 250 meters. I wish I was there with my cowbell cheering him on. I wish we had the PA system, like when we get to do in-person commentary and you can kind of cheer riders on. I miss being able to sort of talk to the riders when I do PA commentary. I think most of the riders at this point have muted us. I don't think they want to hear our commentary while they're racing. That's how you finish right there.
Incredible ride.
Aditya, way to go, man. There we go. The celebratory bell, and I know that feeling all too well. I love virtual racing.
And we have a sign of life. We are seeing that he's moving around on the ground
okay.
at least, but he's okay. Our second rider of the day to disappear out of frame.
In time for a little recovery. Back over to Reklau at the front. Inside her final 900 meters. Looks like she's about to finish up here for what should be a gold medal in the 11-16 junior women's category. Going to hold off Neil and Arts behind her. Natalie going to have a new Stars and Stripes jersey coming her way. I'm not sure if they get the jersey in real life or not. I don't know how we're awarding the jersey with the national championships here. I know they will have access to the virtual jersey here on RGT. The national champions will be able to equip their player with a Stars and Stripes jersey if they are a national champion. But I think they should get the in real life jersey. I think it's only fair. You got to wear a jersey while you're at least riding on the trainer anyway. So I agree. I'm pro jersey for the virtual national champions.
Oh, Brad, let's look at one other detail here. Let's look at junior racers' heart rates, little hummingbird hearts. We have 205 beats per minute right now from our soon-to-be women's national champion.
Great observation. I wasn't even looking.
Beats per minute.
Yeah, this would set off my Apple Watch. If I did 208 beats per minute, my physician would be getting a text, I think, from Apple Health.
They would say, you're having a cardiac event. Are you okay?
Yeah. Well, Natalie Reklau rolls through the line as your new eSports national champion. And Dad says you're not done until you cool down. That is part of it, Ellen. If you have another race after this or you're targeting another competition coming up, you really can't just get off. I mean, you do have to cool down a little bit. Like, you have to immediately go into that process of eating, replenishing, whether it's protein or whatever you need to eat afterwards. The next race starts as soon as this race ends.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also learning good habits. You know, when you're 14 or 15, you can get away with just about anything, but it's kind of learning that habit when you're young, because when you start to get, to be my age, all of a sudden you do have to cool down and warm up a lot more thoroughly. So it's better to learn it young.
And a good chance to work out that bike fit as well. Really develop a fit that works for you. It's a process over time, isn't it? I mean, it evolves the way that you ride on the bike, the way that you're most comfortable on the bike, the way that you're most efficient on the bike. So this is a good way to explore some of that inside yourself here as well. Siobhan Arts leading this group at 1.3K in, and it looks like we might have a little bit of a race between these two. Arts into the red. It seems like Arts has been doing more work than Neil so far, so I think Neil is in a better position here. You always want to be in that second spot coming into a scenario like this. You want to be the one drafting, not the one sitting on the front, because right now Arts is just waiting for Neil to come around her. It's like just a matter of time. It's not if, but when Neil goes on the attack here. Look at the difference in power. Arts has stayed in the red zone the entire time. That's Siobhan at the bottom of your Vittoria Zoom camera. And then Neil on the top camera. Waiting. 650 meters to go.
Heart rate just sitting below 200 beats.
A leisurely 200 beats for these juniors. And here goes Arts. Look at her. Down into sprint mode. Here we go. As Neil makes the move. Long way out. 350 meters from the line. Neil might have gone a little early. Here comes Siobhan Arts over the top. Arts gets onto the wheel. Now Neil has to respond. Neil having trouble holding on to the wheel. Got to close down that gap. Look at Arts going deep. Neil coming back. It'll be a late surge from Neil. Arts and Neil going to go to the line. And I think Neil got it. We'll have to go to the camera, but unofficially.
Wow, what an incredible finish.
And they are going to give it to Neil over Arts on the line. Brilliant sprinting from Neil, but man, all the credit in the world to Siobhan Arts. What a ride out there today. She kept Neil on her wheel for like 600 meters inside the last kilometer. That was a huge effort from Arts, but in the end, Neil comes around, Arts chases back on, and then it's the last 20 meters where Neil gets ahead and wins the sprint against Siobhan Arts. That'll be good for second place in the eSports National Championships.
That was such an incredible finish. Really showed a lot of maturity from both of those riders. Coming down to the line like that, I mean, it was just probably less than a meter that separated both of them.
Yeah, sprinting on the RGT platform has been really interesting to watch, because we do see a lot of really, really close ones on the line, just like we saw there with Neil and Arts. Nora Williams will be next in. This will be good for fourth place in the 11 to 16 age category. Nora with just over 2K left before she wraps up her day with a top 10 ride here. Checking in on our 17-18 junior men over on the other side of the screen here. Looks like they're still all together. This has come down to group of 5. I think this was 6 at one point earlier, so they've dropped 1, and now 5 riders remaining in this 17-18 group. And I think Wyant was the last rider to drop out of this group, only about 700 meters back, so Wyatt probably has these guys in sight, but that's going to be really tough for a solo rider to get back in here. 18.7K to go. This might just be a selection being made at the back, just watching sort of one by one riders coming off, unless Collins goes on a TV attack as soon as we get to him on the coverage here. They got to the bottom
young
of the
brother,
climb.
other Collins, is not able to respond.
Yeah. Gabrielson going to go with him. Hendricks there as well, and Gilson able to go. But this is a big ask at the bottom of the climb. Remember, they still have about 800 meters to get to the top of this one, and that's 800 meters at a 5 to 7% gradient. So it's a long way to the top of this climb. It looks like he has succeeded in dispatching the other Collins out of this group. We'll see how it resets when they get up and over the top of the climb. A lot of times you'll see a group come back together. These guys are suffering, though. How about the fully zipped jerseys? That's some sponsor dedication right there. The lights just went off again. Did you see that?
I am. It's really fascinating to sort of, I'm really trying to piece together what's going on with this light situation, but I know it's cool. No matter what it is, I know it's cool.
I'm not sure why it turns on and off or what the indicator is.
I have a lot of respect for the young rider in his bedroom.
Yep. Even made the bed. I don't think in my 18 years of living at home I ever made the bed in my bedroom.
But if you were going to be on TV, would you have thought about making your bed?
Well, we didn't even have Zoom when I was living at home, so that was not something I had to worry about. I had to just make sure that my AOL Instant Messenger away message was set. As long as that was good, that was all that mattered.
Oh, yeah.
So Collins about halfway up this climb and opened up 150 meters from the bottom of the climb to 5th place up next here. So it's a big effort from Collins. This will go one of two ways for him. It either goes really well or really poorly. I think he either is able to separate this group, cause a split, or he just blows up in spectacular fashion. But that's sort of the cool part about breakaways. You never know until you try.
It's the cool part about breakaways, and I think it's made even better by junior racing, where these riders are just all heart and soul. They're all of them, no matter how long they've been racing, they're all still new at racing bikes. And so it's such a pleasure to watch these riders just give it everything that they had. We saw that in the 11 to 16 category. We're seeing it now, just going all in regardless of what's at stake.
And nice to see some really strong junior fields here in the eSports National Championships. I hope these riders get a chance to translate this out into in real life riding as well. I know it's easy to maybe fall into the rut of what you're used to, but if you just started virtual racing, really encourage you to give it a try out in real life, because it is a lot of fun. It can be intimidating to get into that part of racing, to move from virtual racing where you just have to worry about you in your basement on your trainer, but there are a lot of great clubs out there that are happy to help riders that want to get into in real life racing. Your local bike shop can probably connect you with one of those clubs. USA Cycling has those clubs listed on their website as well, or you can just go to a race. If you see a flyer for a race, USA Cycling also has the local races listed on their website. I encourage you to just show up, race. You'll meet someone, you'll meet a team that you connect with and click with, but that's a big part of it, I think, Ellen, is having that sort of community that you can race with, but it can be hard to find your community when you first start racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be so hard to find that community, but it's what really makes bike racing so special in the long run. Of course, racing is fun and going hard and all of that, but what really matters, I think, like over the course of an entire career is being able to make those friends and that connection.
It also helps with some of the often complicated logistics of racing. If you need to get gear around, a lot of times the teams will have, you know, shared gear or compounds that they can use. So that's another reason to ride with the team. And then obviously some people to ride with as well. Always helps.
It does, especially in those winter months. Obviously now, you know, we have the trainers and that camaraderie exists, you know, kind of riding indoors, but definitely on the days that you want to get outside, having a buddy to join you is just such a big difference.
It's always more fun with friends. Peter Collins back on the front here and just going up and over the top of the climb right now. So we'll get a better indication of what that gap really is once they get off the climb and onto the flats, because right now that gap is going to be a little bit inflated because Collins is just finishing the climb while Gabrielson and Hendricks are still on the climb. So we'll wait until they get up and over. Junior clubs are one of my favorite parts about the junior national championships, just seeing the sheer number of riders coming from all over the country. That was always one of the best parts of nationals too. You get to race against new people, right? Riders that you haven't raced against all year, because you usually race with your region or whatever area you're in, but it was always fun seeing like the East Coast kids get to race against the Colorado kids. It only happens a few times a year, but when those New Englanders and the Colorado kids line up, it's like about as good as racing gets.
It's so good. It was always such a highlight for me when I was younger, getting to kind of meet everyone that you had seen on the results list or whatever. And then, you know, you get to see some of these junior teams pulling up with like these huge trailers and like 40 bikes pile out. It's like a clown car with all the kids. And it's just so cool to see so many young athletes so excited about racing and being together and just having that, you know, like that support and that familial support within them is so cool.
Junior riders also have the ability to race in what's called the Interscholastic Cycling Association. NICA is the sort of overall group that runs all that. It's a high school mountain bike racing league. So if you want to try out some wider tires, you can find a NICA league in your area. Find a high school that has a program. If your school doesn't have a program, a lot of areas have sort of regional programs where they can put kids together on a NICA team. So it's another good way to get into racing if you want to venture out into the real world, get off the trainer. You can find a NICA club near you.
NICA is so fantastic, and the work that they've done to increase participation in these younger categories it's just insane. If you haven't witnessed it, if you haven't witnessed, you know, what I was racing in when I was in high school compared to what it is now, it's really hard to put into words just how much it's grown the sport.
Game is changing out there. This is rapidly becoming a sport for more and more people, and that's what we like to see. More people from
Absolutely.
More backgrounds getting on the bikes. As Collins continues to ride away here at 14K to go, we're going to take our last break here from the eSports National Championships, and when we come back, our final finishes of the day for the Stars and Stripes jerseys.
For the last 100 years, we've been here, while our champions have triumphed.
And since day one, it has been our mission to champion each and every rider, because the bike belongs to all of us.
We champion each mile, milestone, and memory in the saddle.
We cheer just as hard for the training wheels coming off as we do our Olympic champions.
Because it's more than just a sport, it's a way of life.
We don't just champion cycling, we champion you.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Welcome back. Juniors on course right now at the eSports National Championships in our final block of racing of the day. Just wrapped up our elite women's race where we saw Jackie Godby put on a dominant performance to win the day by just over 8 minutes ahead of Erin Ayala, the Stamina Racing Collective rider. Megan Easler in for third, and then Alexi Snover in for fourth, rounding out our first 4 riders through. I see Jackie Godby doing 4.1 watts per kilo here, Ellen. That tells me that, well, she obviously spent a lot of time out there alone, but Godby knows exactly what she's capable of doing, and I think that plays really well for her chances at the Esports World Championships coming up.
Absolutely, it does. And I mean, 4.1 watts per kilo is really incredible.
Meanwhile, more splits at the front. Gabrielson has joined Collins on the front. Collins was away solo earlier, and now Paul Gabrielson for the Ski Valley squad has joined him at the front of this 17-18 men's category. Again, our 17-18 junior women's riders were racing in the elite women's field, so no 17-18 junior women's race running in tandem. They were racing in the elite races, but we do have the 11 to 16-year-old group that we saw finishing up a little bit earlier racing combined men's and women's. So this is the last group left on course with Gabrielson and Collins off the front here. Hendricks and Gilson trying to chase these guys down. All right, now I'm trying to figure out, oh, it's a towel, I see, on the left hood here. I thought it was like a bag of some sort, like he had snacks or something in there. I think it's just a sweat towel.
I think so too, but how cool would it be to have like a little, like a snack hammock in between your bars? Fantastic.
I am patenting that right now. I'm on the U.S. Patent Office website. I'm taking that one. I like it. The snack hammock.
That would be pretty fun.
It would certainly encourage you to make sure you're eating enough, right? Having it right in front of you there. Although something tells me in the 17-18 boys age category, these guys don't have any trouble eating enough. I was a bottomless pit of calories when I was 17 and 18 years old.
Yes.
These two locked in really well. Gabrielson and Collins definitely have this figured out as they go inside 10K to go here. Big question is, does Hendricks catch back onto this group back in third place at 220 meters back? He's got enough time to get there at 10K to go, but a lot of it is going to be up to Collins and Gabrielson, depending on how they ride. That will affect Hendricks behind them in third. Best case for Hendricks right now is that these guys start playing games and they start looking at each other saying, why don't you pull? No, you pull. You're in charge. You do the work. And then that would allow Hendricks to get up and join this group. So here's hoping for a lack of cooperation up the front for Hendricks.
Yeah, like we saw in some of the earlier races where, some of these attacks did were dissolved. I think we saw this in the elite men's. You know, that chase group was dissolved because the group worked so well together to chase up. The chase group worked so well together. And so we're kind of seeing the opposite situation here now. You know, for Hendricks, if Gabrielson and Collins do work well together, that will mean that it's not going to be possible for him to close that gap. But it does look like it's coming down. So it might be that Gabrielson and Collins are a little more concerned with each other than what's going on behind them, and I think that they'll be surprised to see, you know, that there could be a third member joining the party in just a moment.
Hendricks needs to stay on the gas to try to get there. He is in the yellow power zone here, which is probably exactly where you need to be. This is going to be a long effort. You don't want to go red here because, well, you can't hold it that long to get across the gap. So just stay orange and slowly tick those meters away. He's down to 160, trying to bring it under 150 now. You can just barely see on his gameplay screen, he can now see those riders in front of him, that black dot just up the road in the distance. But Ellen, I know you've been here. Once you can see that rider up the road, it becomes that much easier to try to chase him down.
Absolutely. We say this a lot about a lot of things, but definitely in bike racing, they say out of sight, out of mind. And it's so true. You know, if you can't see someone, you're not really believing that it's possible to catch them. But once someone comes back into your line of sight, suddenly it feels very, very possible to just make that extra little effort and close the gap.
Hendricks brings it under 150. Into the red zone here. Now he's trying to close the gap. Slowly but surely, under 140. I think he's going to make it. I think this kid gets there.
I think he does too. This is a really impressive ride by Hendricks. Very mature, composed. He looks like he's giving it a very metered but tough effort, you know, hard-fought effort to catch back up. But he's not going all in so soon that if he does catch them, that he'll blow up. This is definitely a very mature chase that we're seeing here.
Yeah,
from Hendricks.
It's an experienced bike racer that knows his limits for sure, knows how to use those legs, and knows how to use that power. He's down under 120 meters now to catch Gabrielson and Collins.
We're seeing now with Gabrielson, I believe, in his garage, as I was talking about earlier, for those who are riding in their garage or riding in their basement, I was expecting to see riders dousing themselves in water, trying to keep themselves cool, and I think that's what we just saw on camera.
Yep. Got to be a little careful with some sensitive electronics around when you're doing virtual racing. Those trainers are not cheap. I don't recommend squirting a bottle of water into your smart trainer. That might not end so well. And if you have, obviously, a computer to run the game or your Zoom camera, you got to protect those. But, yeah, having that air blowing over a little bit of cold water on your skin, I think would feel pretty good right about now.
Looks like it's under 100 meters now, separating our leading two back to our chaser, Hendricks.
I know we're not supposed to play favorites, but I am 100% cheering for Hendricks to get into this group right now. I like a good bike race, I like a good chase, and I like when a rider can make it back in.
I wouldn't say that we're playing favorites. I think that we're just, you know, always rooting for the underdog. You're always rooting for the more exciting option in racing.
That's
so
right.
I am also rooting for Hendricks as well, because I would really love to see this race come back together and see a 3-up going into the line.
Well, yeah, once Hendricks gets there, he's not going to have a lot of time to recover, because even if it happens now, they're just inside 7K. I mean, that's like maybe 2K to recover before Gabrielson and Collins start hitting it again. So he won't have a lot of time to sit in here, but he can say he fought back in and got with the group here. Did succeed in leaving Gilson behind. Gilson is now 800 meters back in 4th place, and here goes Gabrielson just as Hendricks was about to get in. Oh, that is cold-blooded, man.
Absolutely brutal. That is not what you want to happen just as you're about to finally make contact. He has been doing it so meticulously, trying to chase back, and I don't think that he could have predicted this.
Well, Gabrielson is not here to make friends. He's here to win a national championship, and he's doing the latter much better than the former right now, as Gabrielson heads out on the attack just as Hendricks was about to regain contact. Collins responded, and now Hendricks has to make up that 36-meter gap again. Now Collins going to punish Gabrielson, or maybe they're working together to try to get rid of Hendricks here. Gap going back out for Hendricks.
Oh, what a tough card to be dealt for Hendricks. I have to give it to Gabrielson and Collins, though, for having the maturity to know to let that rider, to let Hendricks get close, and then to attack is very mature. It takes a long time to kind of know when to go and when to, let things rest. And so that is definitely a really, really mature and, albeit brutal, very savvy move.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but that was the right move. That's how you do it. That's how you get rid of a rider like Hendricks. And it worked. Look, he's down to 120 meters gone right now. They not only crushed him emotionally, but maybe physically here as well. He might have finally cracked. Now Gabrielson going on the attack over the top of Collins. Collins has to respond to this one. You got to stay on this wheel. Got to stay in the draft in this scenario. See, now Collins is doing work that he doesn't need to because he just didn't respond to Gabrielson's move quick enough. He didn't jump when Gabrielson went, and now Collins is going to have to make up for that as you see Hendricks suffering after failing to get back in. But again, all the credit in the world for the way that Hendricks has ridden today. Doesn't get much braver than what this guy's done. I can feel that pain all the way over here on my side of the country. All right, back up to Gabrielson on the front, under 5K. Collins is going to get back onto the wheel. So now Gabrielson will hit the reset button, see if he tries to go again, or if Collins goes over the top. I'm thinking Collins is on defense now. It seems like he was the early aggressor, but now I think Gabrielson has launched the last 4 attacks out of this group. So tells me that Collins is more than happy to let Gabrielson set tempo and set the strategy here as well at 4.3K to go.
Yes, with 4K to go in a race, I think if there's a rider that really seems to just want to be on the front, most riders, obviously, barring some very unique strategy, are going to be pretty happy to let you just go on the front and ride as hard as you want to and just take that free ride.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'd be doing right now. This is all Collins can do at this point. Rest up as much as you can over the next 4 kilometers because this is going to come down to a 2-up sprint, and you better have the freshest legs that you can. Hendricks not out of this one yet, 126 meters back. I don't think he'll get back into this group just because these two guys are going so hard, but it would be so easy to say, I almost made it. It's 120 meters. I'm not going to make it back in. Whether I lose by 120 meters or 500 meters, it doesn't matter. I'm going to get 3rd place, but Hendricks still fighting in here, so nice to see that. Gabrielson tries to take a little drink, and Collins takes advantage of it.
I think what Hendricks needs to be aware of now is with these two, going so hard, kind of with still 3.5 kilometers to go, either one of them is still very likely to bonk. Not as likely, but in real life racing, someone could still have an issue. So you can really never give up. If finishing on the podium isn't what you want, you really want to move up every position that you can. I hope that Hendricks is staying in this in case someone, has maybe not metered their efforts correctly.
Anything can happen in bike racing, and it's never over till it's over. So absolutely right. Got to stay on it all the way to the line. Holding steady at 120 meters. He's not gaining time. He's not losing time. He's been there for a couple minutes now. So I think Hendricks is pretty much matching these guys perfectly. You can see Hendricks is doing a higher watt per kilo than these two because they're riding more efficiently as a group of 2. So they only have to do 3.5 watts. Hendricks is doing low 4s or high 3s to stay with those guys at the same tempo, and it's because Collins is able to draft off of Gabrielson now. He'll take over and do a higher tempo while Gabrielson drafts up next.
This has been a super dynamic final 10K. I can't believe that we have just under 3K to go. It feels like, we've been racing forever. There have been so many attacks and lead changes. As I was saying earlier, one of the most exciting things about junior racing is all the heart and soul that these riders put into these races. So yeah, really excited. We're at 2.5K to go, and I'm so excited to see who ends up becoming our new junior men's national champion.
Well, these two guys can both feel the jersey on their back at this point. Gabrielson and Collins both going to have a shot at it. Hendricks is coming back. He's under 100K now, back down, or 100 meters now, back down to 90 meters to make the catch on Gabrielson and Collins. Although, yeah, now these guys back into the red zone, so I don't think that's going to fare well for Hendricks here as they go to 2K to go. Gabrielson on the attack. Again, you're looking at Gabrielson and Hendricks on your screen. The rider at the bottom of the Vittoria Zoom camera is Hendricks in third position. Gabrielson at the top of it, and then we do not have a camera for Collins in second here. So we're looking at first and third on the Vittoria Zoom cams, and first and second on our gameplay cam. Well, there really is no right answer to this scenario, Ellen. There are a lot of ways that this one could be won, but you just, I imagine, have to sort of pick a plan and stick to it, right? You say, I'm going to go at 800, 900 meters, 400 meters, whatever it is for the individual rider, and just kind of stick to your plan because there's a lot of ways that this could go.
Yeah, there are, just watching this, you kind of end up with your heart in your throat a little bit because you remember what it's like to be in this scenario where there's so much on the line and there's a lot more ways to lose the race than there are to win it in this scenario. And so I, love watching this, but I definitely don't envy these riders being in such a stressful position.
Oh, and it gets even more stressful once you go under that 1K to go banner, which they're about to hit just up the road. So now it's on. Hendricks still at 100 meters back. Look how the power lifts as they hit the 1K to go marker. Gabrielson knew exactly where he wanted to go, and it was 1,000 meters out. Collins able to respond here. That's going to be it for Hendricks. He will not come back into the fold here. Collins back onto the wheel. Gabrielson trying to stay on it. 600 watts for Gabrielson. Did he go too early, though? Collins responds, waits, and now looking for the counterattack. Collins still in the red. Gabrielson gets a little rest here into the green power zone. That might be all that he needed. Last 400 meters now. Collins back on it. And look how quickly Gabrielson responds from green immediately into red. Finds the draft, makes the pass at 260 meters. So come down to a photo finish. Collins, Gabrielson. Gabrielson gets to the front. Collins trying to surge, but Gabrielson will hold on for the 17-18 Junior Men's National Championship. And how about Hendricks out there today? Brilliant ride for third, a bronze medal. Almost made it into the group. Good on you out there today, but there is your race winner. As Paul Gabrielson for the Ski Valley team has a Stars and Stripes jersey coming his way. I think our Zoom camera was a little ahead of our gameplay camera. We got to see the post up for Gabrielson already on the line, and well deserved after that hard-fought effort.
I was so scared. I thought he posted up early. I was like, you have 100 meters left. Happy to know that it was just a technological issue.
There's Gilson coming in next for fourth place. It'll be a top 5 ride for Jacob Gilson, the AP Junior Development, presented by Corner Cycles team, another one of those New England squads. And Gabrielson just had the press corps come in. They were all surrounding him, congratulating him. It's tough being a champion, Ellen. You know what it's like.
It is. It's exhausting having the fans swarm you after a race like Gabrielson's experiencing right now. Everyone wants to say hello, get an interview.
Well, that's part of being a pro. Race isn't over until you're closing that door on the hotel room or climbing into your camper and finally shutting the door and moving on to the next one.
Oh, and what an amazing moment that is.
All right, so Gilson on the way in here. We'll try and finish our top 5 riders in our 17-18 junior men's. Corner Cycles, if I'm right, is the shop in Cape Cod. Is that right?
I think you're right, yeah.
Looking forward to
And
heading
the lights
back
go
there for the
out
really,
and back on again.
Oh, right at the finish. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's triggering the lights on and off. Hit us on Instagram, Gilson. Let us know what was going on with your lighting scenario out there today, because we're dying to know. And looks like Ted Collins riding for the Dr. Will Barr team. Will be up next to round out our top 5. Last 600 meters here for Collins. This has been a fun day in the virtual racing world here on RGT. I've got the chance to meet a lot of new riders, learn about a lot of new programs here, and I'm sure these are some names that we're going to be seeing a lot in the coming years. Typically, you see these names a lot when you see success in the early ages of the Junior National Championship, so I'm looking forward to seeing these riders develop into elites in the coming years.
I'm looking forward to seeing them, develop into elites and hopefully see some of these riders that are just racing virtually, hopefully make the journey out into real world racing and maybe get to cross paths. Maybe, who knows, Brad will be announcing a race one day and recognize their name.
All right, so Cameron Wyant in next for the Summit Freewheelers, wrapping up our 17-18 junior men's category. So as Wyant finishes up here in 6th, we'll go back and take a look at our 11 to 16 category as well, wrapping up the 17-18s on course. All of our 11-16-year-olds are in. Did race these in combined categories, so Natalie Recklau will be your women's 11 to 16 national champion, and Sebastian Beck will be your men's 11 to 16 national champion. So well done to all of our new national champions in our masters, our juniors, and our elite categories. It's been an eye-opening day of virtual racing, and I hope to see this event grow. I hope we start to see more and more riders taking part in the virtual world here, Ellen.
I do too. It was such a pleasure to get to see this racing firsthand, to get to commentate it, to you all at home alongside you, Brad, and, this was super cool. So thank you for letting me be a part of it.
Paul Gabrielson winning your 17-18 junior men's results at 3.48 watts per kilo, just a little more efficient than Peter Collins. And look at the gap, 0.036 seconds, 3/100ths of a second between first and second place in our junior 17-18 category. Doesn't get much closer than that. That will be a finish that I think these two kids will remember for a long time to come. So, Ellen, our first eSports National Championships getting wrapped up here. Any big takeaways from you? What was your biggest message or takeaway from the day out there today?
I think it was just so interesting to see how kind of entertaining and dynamic for e-racing can be. I think that having done it myself, it's not always super enjoyable because it can be so painful, but getting to watch it was actually really cool, and seeing the riders behind the scenes in their pain cave was quite a treat. So what about you?
I think seeing the new junior riders, getting to meet new riders, seeing the names of the future here in virtual racing that I'm sure we're going to be seeing on the roads in real life here in the next couple of years, the cool thing. So I got to see some of these riders in person. Sometimes we don't always get to see what they really look like when you're in the kit, the helmet, and the sunglasses. So it was nice to get some FaceTime with some of these riders out there today. Congratulations again to all of our new national champions, the Masters categories, the elites, and of course the juniors. Looking forward to watching our elites in the upcoming UCI eSports World Championships coming up here very soon. And I got to say, I'm very excited about our chances for the United States. So I think that's going to do it for our coverage today from the eSports National Championships. On behalf of Ellen Noble, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching. Congratulations once again to all of our national champions, and we'll see you next year at the eSports National Championships.